shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of sun. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me. That's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Oh, I'm big time, lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, from me. Big time, number 9. Got it in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running out the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pride. Pockets running over with the dollar sign.
least you got less the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a mind, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me. 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 You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me. Ain't nobody in front of me.
Frank Bailey. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy.
Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail, taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories will repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out, I know. They can never count me out, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here, Breakout Esports Worlds, and Rio, we're in the semi-finals. How are you feeling today?
I am so pumped. I am just beyond excited. I can't believe that after all these months, we're finally here, the last day. It's just mind-boggling, honestly. So yeah, I am excited to get these matches started. I'm ready to see some high-tier finals gameplay, and I'm just, excited.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, we now have come all this way since starting all the way back in April. A long journey for these players. And some could say that they had been battling against the best to get here. But today, we have left ourselves off with 4 teams right here you can see on the playoffs. If you weren't here yesterday, we'll give you a quick rundown. Scallywags versus Ape Squad. Scallywags took that match. Brief Party 2-2-3. Brief Party unfortunately fell to 2-2-3. Burts versus Quattro Squad. Burts took the victory there. And then Frog Free versus Holtor's Finest. That is right. This is not a production issue. Your eyes do not deceive you. Frog Free beat out Holtor's Finest. One of probably the favorites to win this whole tournament as well, Rio.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to talk about upsets, that is the upset. But at the same time, it's really rallied a lot of people around Frog 3. And there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm around the team. So this could be Frog 3's game today. We're going to find out here very shortly. Yeah, I'm just excited to see Burts and Frog 3 go up against each other because I think that they are two very well-composed teams. And it's not like a fluke that Frog 3 is here either. You know, we talk about an upset. They are still a very big, powerful team, and I think that there's a reason that they're fighting today.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is I was talking to Emilian yesterday after the matches, and Emilian actually had quite an interesting story for us. So if we just take it back a little bit to the group stages right here, we had Emilian actually playing the heavy contestant, and Emilian was saying to myself that the heavy contestant was a comfort pick. But what happened was they had to switch out one of those players, which unfortunately was Kynes, and they swapped out Kynes for Belissa. And what this caused was a bit of a kind of conversation inside of Frog 3 where they had to make a decision, and now Emilian is playing the medium contestant. Belissa picks up that heavy. And we got some strong words as well from Emilian. Emilian basically said that Emilian is enjoying playing medium, enjoying dropping off and having that difference and that change up in how they play. And Emilian says a big quote here to me: they want to be the best medium in the world. Now, that's a massive statement, especially saying it in these, and what a better time, of course, to make that statement at the end of a semi-final as well. And we'll have to see how that comes through for the rest of the matches.
Yeah, no kidding. Very powerful statement. And, you know, it takes a lot of confidence as well to say that, because even if you're not the best, you're still striving to be the best. And I think, yeah, you're right. Today is the day to prove it. So I'm really excited to see what they kind of perform, especially with a big shift like that, because that's not something you take lightly. You know, you pick your main and you kind of stay by it, and then everything else you're not as fine-tuned for, and, you know, it can be risky. So really interesting that they've decided to go that route. And I hope that it works out for them, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And then we take a look at, obviously, Burt's team. Obviously, Swako had been diving in previously, a bit more rash into fights as well. And the thing is that we kind of noticed that. I don't know if you remember that game on Monaco, specifically where Swako dived in, was on top of the shed. You guys can watch that in the game yesterday that they were playing. And, you know, I was saying, you know, is this a problem, right? Because you can look at the head-to-head here as well between both players. Look at that kill difference for player stats as well. it's obvious that Swako is the type of heavy that wants to get up in your face, wants to cause problems for the enemy players. But look at Kip here. It's Kip versus Carbone Magma, and you can see, Chickpea as an individual is playing very, very well in this head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, these are pretty amazing stats going back and forth. Just the kill ratio and the KDA, the combat score, even the support score. It's a little hard to compare the two, but these are two really good players. But this first setup between Bertz and Frog3, yeah, if it pans out like it is on this, it might be a little bit of a brutal showdown. But that's what we're here to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the point is what we were saying is that, yesterday we had seen some matches where some players only got 3 kills between them and they still managed to take a point. I think that was yesterday. I think it was Ape Squad, right? They were obviously, unfortunately, didn't make it all the way, but one of the maps they took, they only had about 4 kills between them. So again, it just really depends on the play style of teams. And as you can see, these great stats put up by production, it's interesting to see how these players have an analogy of how they play the finals. And again, the problem is if you have a player like Swako that likes to go in, likes to get up in the face, how do you manage that? And I think one of the things that Chickpea said is that they have faith in each other's abilities, and that could be an exploit that Frog3 are looking to expose.
Yeah, it is definitely an exploit, and that's what I want to keep coming back to, is that I don't think the Frog3, even though everything that's showing that, like, okay, this might be a brutal bloodbath, I think that they still have it in them. I have seen Frog3 play. You've interviewed the players. There's definitely enthusiasm. There's definitely excitement there. So it could come down to just something like you're saying. It could not be kill based. It could be skill based. It could be, just kind of anything that could come to play. So it's going to be really exciting to see these two teams come up and clash against each other. And I think that we will be getting the maps here soon. I wonder if production can put that up there so we see kind of where we're going to be going forward on this map pick.
Oof, yeah, look at that. Picked there for Las Vegas on Bertz. That is the first one there. And the second map, this is a best of 5, by the way, if everyone's wondering. For the semifinals and finals, we are doing a best of 5. So the second map there, Horizon, chosen by Frog3. Third map, Fortune Stadium, is going to be Bertz. And if we have to go further than that, Seoul will be Frog3. And then the decider there is Skyway Stadium. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. I am excited to see Vegas. We saw a lot of really good games on Vegas yesterday, and then followed up by Sys Horizon. We also saw basically these first 3 maps we saw all yesterday. So Las Vegas, Sys Horizon, Fortune Stadium. Going to be a kind of a repeat of what we saw, but it does mean that the next maps will go into Seoul and then possibly Skyway Stadium if we make it there.
Yeah, and I think as well, Bertz yesterday showed an excellent performance against Quattro on Vegas as well. It was actually a match that I thought that they kind of really excelled. But when we take a look at Frog3, we've seen at their confidence what they had against, especially going up against Holtol yesterday, and they seemed to really understand how they can use some specific strategies to kind of counter their players or counter their teammates. The ban there, I want to also point as well, is quite interesting for Frog3, and I would probably assume this is because of what they watched Bertz do yesterday. If he wasn't here yesterday, Bertz had a really good performance on Monaco, managing to take a 2-1 against Quattro, and I feel like that's probably some studying done there by F3, and of course Bertz going for the default Kyoto ban there as well. Pretty standard at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever see Kyoto played in these type of matches. It's a fun map. I think that it's really well designed. It's very cool. It leans to some really kind of unique gameplay. But, I'm a CL40 main, and it drives me insane because the bamboo, I end up aiming at somebody and it just gets shot and it goes nowhere. So it's always kind of a little frustrating to play on that map. So maybe one day, but not today. But yeah, these bans make sense in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, I'm not too sure how long we have until the match starts, but we'll quickly talk about the other side of the bracket as well. We have 2-2-3 versus Scallywags presented to us today as well. And again, this is a kind of match that I would say is a little bit more favored towards the 50-50, right? Because a lot of people are kind of saying, well, they're writing off Frog3 because they're saying, well, Burst is a pretty consistent team. Frog3 should be qualifying, or having a test against them. But switching over to the other side of the brackets now, 2-2-3 Scallywags, what are your thoughts, first of all, on 2-2-3 as a team?
Oh, I think that they're a wonderful team, well composed. We saw them play yesterday and make it to the qualifying match today. And I think that they are really strong. I think that they have good communication. I love Noah. I think that he's a great player. Samco Box as well, and Atelco is I think Atelco is the IGL in that team. Not 100% sure, but yeah. So I've heard good communication from them. I'm pretty sure that they're the French team. So when we listened in yesterday, I didn't understand what they were saying, but like I could definitely get a feeling for the chaos and what they were trying to say. So yeah, going to be some really good matchups today, but it does look like we're finally loading into Las Vegas for the first match between Berts and Frog 3.
And here we go, everyone, lock in, get ready to rumble here. The floodlights of the arena has loaded, and both these teams here will be going for a best of 5 series. Starting off from the NA is Berts versus EU as Frog 3. And first of course, we'll have to see the positioning of these players take. Again, I do say the high ground advantage is super important here. We have, again, the players here on Berts here, initially starting off with that high ground there as well.
Yeah, and that area is called the Megadome, so it's kind of the central high area in the map, and it is a great starting point for your team to be. Eventually, this tends to kind of get destroyed, especially if there's a vault up there, but right now we can see them set up on top of the Megadome, just looking down on the pink team, just waiting to see if they can get any movement, any open area. They might demat in the top zone just to see that they can see down, but they are playing it really smart at this starting stage.
Yeah, exactly here. And you can see it's just a patience game right now. Sees Chickpea has got the red barrel here, looking to opt with a jump pad as well to spot out where these players are going to go for. And that's some movement there. Chickpea immediately spotting the first player, going in with the elbow and model here, but it's Carbon Magma that goes down back to a 2v2. Swacko now utilizing the winch core. Players being defed back up. Still a 2v2 here, but it looks like now it's going to be Emilian who manages to get the assist there. Still trades coming out though. Carbon Magma down to 1, and it's Swacko's team, Berts, taking that first win.
Yeah, that was a really close fight. Honestly, Frog 3 was doing really well in that fight. They seemed like all of their players were getting kills and that they got down to about a quarter health, but I'm not sure. It seemed like the reses came back up and Berts was able to just kind of get the dominant force on that, and they did get the team wipe, and now they get the cash out started.
Yeah. And like I said, it's a nice little starting off there point, because you have to kind of get yourself the nerves, the pre-match jitters shaken off as you get into these fights, and especially winning a fight this early as well. And I'd say pretty decently confidently is a good start for them. And we've seen time again, Swacko is the last player that does manage to survive these ones, and they've retaken the high ground once again.
Yeah, they're right up there in that Megadome, and they have perfect view. They dematted right into the Megadome, and look at that. They are just jumping down. They're playing aggressive now. They stayed a little bit away from the point, and we've seen that happen in their playstyle before, and it just buys them the opportunity to run in there, and that's exactly what they're doing. Swacko with the RPG, just ready to get that final shot off and see what he can do. We're waiting for them to demat below. Yep, there goes the demat. Tiny little area, a little unfortunate demat zone, but they still have control over this cash out. They are starting to get fight. A nice winch claw goes off by Swacko. He gets a lot of damage off, but he is low, 70 health. He's getting healed by his teammate, by Z, and he is doing some damage. There goes Emilian down. It is now 2v2. One player is low on the Frog 3's side. Can they come back from this? They need to make something happen right this moment. It does look like Berts is able to get their entire team back up. The fighting is keep going. Swacko is doing great with that shotgun. Goes for the winch claw, pulls him over. They can't bring this last member of Frog 3 down though. And there it is. There is a team wipe, and pretty much securing this cash out for Berts.
Yeah, and again, it's just kind of unfortunate there. You can see the advantage that you can have when you utilize things such as the dematerializer or the defibrillator as well. I call them the double Ds, especially for the medium contestant. But no, in all seriousness though, yeah, really well played there from them. Again, the technical ability to play off of each other and again, be very consistent for this one. And it all started off initially with that high ground advantage. I've said this before, high ground is 20% of the finals.
Yeah, and we're seeing this more often, that teams don't play on the point. Like, I get that there are times and opportunities that you do want to play very close on the point, but these teams play so far away that it honestly kind of scares me at times, because you've got such a long time to travel to get over there. But as you've pointed out time and time again, that being in the high ground can give you that advantage, even if you're so far away from your cash out.
Yeah, exactly. And again, here we can see this time, though, it looks like Frog 3 will have the vault in their sights from above, and they'll have to be a little bit patient though, because there is a floor separating between the two. Emilian here throwing the grenade into a dematerializer combination, and another one, but not happening just yet.
Yeah, you gotta love that strategy, because it's really smart, but you gotta time it just perfectly. Didn't seem to work out, but we have seen it work out plenty of times in these matches. It does look like Frog 3 was able to winch claw that cash out, or that vault, but it didn't look like it went through. There they go. Now they got it. Looks like they're gonna try and maybe avoid fighting until this cash out gets put in place. Frog 3 is running to, I think, look like B, maybe C. Not entirely sure, but they are getting cut off by Bertz, what an amazing fight. Red barrel, perfect shot. Emilian goes down. Does look like Frog 3 is wiped. What an amazing quick fight that was.
And we're already seeing this difference, actually, from yesterday, because if we take a step back and think about the matches we had on Monaco, Swaka was that player that was sort of extending his range out from his teammates. He was playing on his own, sort of, and it kind of gave me the disbelief in how their synergy works together. But today we're seeing these players actually stick together, and that's a lot better.
Yeah, and it's so critical. You know, this is such a game that changes on the fly, and if you are separated from your teammate, it just makes a push or a defensive time just almost nearly impossible. So we are seeing the fighting getting kicked off one more time. They are going to have this cash out down to about half health. A lot of people fighting over this Megadome. Not sure who there got winched, but it did look like a nice winch went off, and they are sliding off the Megadome. There's an APS setup, but not really in a good spot for Frog 3. They're fighting over the kind of disco dome at this point. A lot of damage. Swaka with that shotgun gets some great kill. He gets winched and pulled out of position. Does look like he went down. It is Z trying to heal his teammates instead of getting damage off. He throws a frag just to buy a little bit of time. He is going with that healing beam, but boy, it is close to overheating. He needs to make something happen. Oh man, Frog 3 is just getting punished. That is the third team wipe that's happened so far.
Yeah, is there anything you're seeing initially from this?
Yeah, it does seem like Bertz is really just kind of getting the jump on Frog 3 nearly every time. And really, when we get into the combat, we've had a couple of fights that were really extended, but probably 2/3 of them have just been pretty much instant deletions.
Yeah. I would say as well, now it's obviously down to the last chance as well. The first map potentially going for the first pick here for Bert's team as well. Currently, roughly one final push here as that cash out B is just over 75% here. Emilian, Magma, and Basso now driving towards cash out B. The problem is, though, is they're going to have to spot out where Bert's team is hiding here. And now they all get together, they group up. And can they take this one final steal to be able to secure them it back to a 1-to-1? The initial steal goes out. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the cash out being bounced over as well, thanks to the jump pad. Emilian now going in with the model, but I think it's going to be a bit too late for these players. Gets the first elimination to Swako. He goes down. You said the raid boss has been eliminated, but unfortunately they have stayed alive for just too long, and the round is over. Bertz confidently takes the first map.
Wow, yeah, that was a little more brutal than I had expected, but Frog 3 did have a couple of really good fights there. In the end, they just could not make it work. I thought that they had a chance with that last steal there. They were on it, perfectly timed, but then that C4 dropped it right below, and then that bounce. I love when I see cash out station bounce, because it just adds to the calamity, the chaos that's happening in the moment, because you're going from, okay, this is a very set position, and now it's over there. So you gotta love it.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's what I said yesterday, was with the worry that I had, again, with individual players kind of going a little bit too out of line, maybe stepping out, being a bit too confident in their plays. And again, that's what you have when you have these players separating, being a bit too individually confident in their performances. And I said Swako had that yesterday, and it was a big concern. But it's awesome to see that Bertz has maybe had that conversation and said, hey, Swako, we appreciate your individual skill, but when we stick together, we are a team to be reckoned with. And that's exactly what we saw during this Vegas game.
Yeah, and you asked my opinion what I saw wrong. Did you see anything different? Did you see anything that they kind of messed up on? What was their fatal flaw in this match from your perspective?
Well, for F3, they didn't really seem like they had a big plan to really counter anyone for what Bertz was doing. Yesterday, the reason why they beat Holtol's Finest is because on the fly, the IGL Magma managed to figure out a strategy that would take Holtol by surprise. And one of those strategies that I said to Magma yesterday is that they tagged the cash out initially. They had a little bit of a distraction for Holtol, so they all piled on the cash out. They then took the high ground above Holtol and then caught them out here. But as we're seeing here in the replays, it was just kind of the fact that F3 were kind of sticking to what most other players do that Bertz has probably scrimmed and been confident against, and that is playing to stick together and just going for the one-to-one fights. And you can see here, Bertz is more than capable and prepared for these things to happen, especially when you have a heavy as good as Swako in these combinations, and this is the result.
Yeah, without a doubt. And honestly, Bertz is a powerhouse behind this team. They are able to kind of get in there, do a lot of damage, and I think that their communication is probably unmatched. Like, they seem to be on point, and you're right, that they do seem to be sticking together even more. And I think that's a lethal combo. But looking at the kills, and the scores, we do see that Bert's had just a few more kills on the side, but honestly, they're pretty close. I thought that it was kind of more on the side of Bert's, but we're looking at what, a total of 4 kills difference. So that's pretty small. So Frog 3 did have some firepower, but they just, I think strategy-wise isn't what made it work. But let's break these down real quick. So Swako with 8 kills, 5 assists, and for KD of 3.5. And then Z for 4 kills, 9 assists. So he was really there for his team. Kill KD of 8.5. And then Chickpea with 4 kills, 7 assists, and a 1.7 KD. On the opposite side, we have Carbon with 7 kills, 1 assist, and a 1.5 KD. And then Emilian, 2 kills, 4 assists, 1.0 KD. And then finally, Basila, 2 kills, 2 assists, and a 0.5 KD. So these teams are pretty close kill-wise, but we've said time and time again that kills don't matter in this kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, specifically in 3v3s, they don't matter. I think that a lot of people kind of have that delusion around like how the finals should be played. I mean, yeah, sure, I get it. In 4-team scenarios, $500 is now valuable. It has changed since they did update the game to reward kills for more money during that situation. But in 3v3s, kills only matter when they need to matter, and that is when you're playing on defense, for example, or you're going for an attack. When you have these fights around vaults, it's not really going to do much but boost your confidence. And that's exactly what we saw at the start, where Burt's was very convincing. And I think now that, with these strong words, players kind of throw out these strong words like they want to be the best, I just want to win. And when you have these players that have these big confidence words, you have to back it up. And I think the problem is we really have to kind of focus on Frog 3 here and what they did wrong. I think that, sure, the magic that they had was being able to come up with a strategy on the fly. And maybe Magma, still has full confidence in the players. I mean, like I said, they could win the next map, but we really want to see the difference to be made here, especially why Frog 3 won yesterday against Holtol.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. They are trying to make the case for why they won yesterday, because Holtol's finest was predicted to be at least here today, and instead we get Frog 3. And again, I am very excited to see Frog 3 in this tournament, in this kind of spot, but they need to kind of prove why they're here, and that yesterday wasn't just kind of a fluke. Now, we might be able to see that getting onto Sys Horizon. This could be a complete comeback, but they are going to need to start something right now.
Yeah, well, remember, Horizon was the map that Frog 3 should be a little bit more comfortable in. Mm-hmm. We saw them, they did beat Holtol by 2-1. It was 2 cash outs in their favor of the 1. And, it was a better performance here. So we're going to look for, hopefully, Emilian, Magma, and Basil to maybe be a little bit more refined here, a little bit more complete. And first of all, we have Basil here, initiating with the KS shotgun. Going in with the winch claw as well, taking it in a shoulder to Swako and an elbow to the face. Gets the elimination straight away after that now, and it's back down to a 3v2. Now it looks like, instead of going for the fights here and stalling it even more, it looks like they will escape and take that straight away towards cash out A. But look at Chickpea, actually. That is interesting. He's already around there.
Yeah.
Probably waiting for his teammates.
And while this first cash out gets started, we want to do a quick shout out that we had another $100 donation from Burrito Supreme. So thank you so much, Burrito, for supporting the stream. All the money goes to the players, and it will be very much appreciated to add to the pool. So our pool is now at $2,259. If you want to donate, leave you press exclamation point donate in the chat, and it'll give you all the information you need. So,
yeah, call it death from above then. So we see Belissa here with Carbon Magma and Emilian here, holding some really nice high ground. And also note the APS there as well, just below the players. Z has spotted out that all 3 and confirmed that all 3 are above. And I really like this position here. But look at this. One of the players going in already. It's Basil with the heavy here, asking to pull his teammates towards a different position here. And this is actually quite interesting, because if Burt didn't realize that, it still happened. Now we're back towards F3 on attack.
Yeah, it's a little sloppy there, honestly. F3 seems so far away from the point. They just got stolen underneath them while they were trying to organize their team. And now, honestly, a really sloppy kill that just happened there. It does look like Burst is getting some damage done to them, and now it's a 2v2. And we see Z is trying to heal his teammates, but he's down to the last one. Can he make anything happen with that model? He does get Carbon down. It is, oh my god, he got Emilian down and a team wipe. What an amazing comeback from Burt's, because that looked really close there, even going towards Frog 3. But they seem a little sloppy right now.
Well, I ended up getting a bit speechless there, because I thought that when Basil pulled them over to jump down from the high ground, that they'd be able to stop the steal. But I don't know, like because Basil had the ability to be able to jump in there with his teammates, but again, that dome shot being up from Swacko kind of disabled a lot of their plans, but they should have been prepared for this. They know Swacko has the gadgets to be able to do so. Anyway, they're going in again here, playing a bit more aggressively. They have one final potential chance.
Yeah, and they throw down the APS. We see the winch claw going off, and honestly, the time is out. So even if they get the kills, they will not get the cash out. Does look like Frog 3 is going down pretty low, and there is another wipe for Frog 3. I do not think that Frog 3 has had a single wipe on Bertz yet. Am I wrong in that?
I mean, no, I think you are correct in saying that. It's always been Swacko who's basically been lost alive with at least more than 5 bars of HP. So, yeah, it's very concerning at this point, considering the fact that that first cash out was actually heavily in the favor of Frog 3. And again, we're just going to have to see how these players pick up the pace here and get back into this. A bit worrisome, I would say right now. And then obviously you have one more cash out here. Frog 3 need this next one. It's kind of now or never for the mind game, right?
Yeah, because if they lose this map, it is an uphill battle that I just don't know that they can make it happen. Frog 3 has surprised us in the past, and come on, guys, I'm rooting for you, because let's make something happen. Let's make these exciting games. You can show Bertz what you got. But it does look like Bertz has grabbed the second cash-out vault, and they are bringing it probably to C. But if they do go to C, they're going to have to cross paths with Frog 3. Frog 3 is set up at the overlay kind of setup in that area, and just waiting for Bertz to go through them. So no matter what, they're trying to stop kind of the push and maybe fight over this next vault. We do see Chickpea going pretty far away from his team, so maybe they have something strategized there. Maybe they're going to throw the cash out, but I'm not really sure which way they're going just yet.
Well, I feel like they're taking too long. If you're Bertz right here, they need to continue the pressure they put. Bertz is in the mines, and they know that they have the technical ability here to beat Frog 3. Bertz needs to carry that vault and really start to like take the pace in their favor. We have here, obviously, first of all, the red barrel here from Sickpea, managing to deal a tiny sliver of damage here, but then again, pulling up there with the RPG from Swacko. Now players in the air. It's the model as well going out from Chickpea, but again, dome shield up in their hands as well. Basilla goes down. Then picking up the vault here to transport it over. And again, frustration here for Frog 3. It doesn't seem like they have a massive plan between them. They are going to have to wait here for maybe Basilla to either get revived or coin back in. And finally here we have Bertz now transporting the cash. I think Magma has also spotted them as well for the information play. They have confirmed that they are going C. And Basilla now being coined back in now. And he has revived. All right, big play here from Frog 3.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why they bothered with that fight over the vault. They should have just brought all the fight to right here. So it does look like they have their red barrel, and I love that they're using those more and more, because they are kind of a slept-on thing, because it gives you so much damage, just like a little RPG. And look at that, he did get a direct hit with that red barrel, so good shot from Frog 3. I think that they're going to try and drop the cash out at this point. It does look like they're kind of getting set up for that. And then I think that they're going to try and set up their defenses, maybe some goo, something to just hold Bertz off for just a little bit. But we are at the second cash out. If Bertz gets this, that's it. There it is. There's that drop. They're dropping it down one more layer. It does look like it got stuck, but there we go. They're able to demat it one more time. They are getting pushed at this point. It does look like they're making a strategic move to get away and out of the combat. It does look like Mealing is taking some damage. He goes down. Can't make it work with that model. And Frog 3 is not looking good. It does look like they're down to their last player. He gets RPG'd, and now he is just trying to, Basilla's just trying to run away, trying to buy him some time. Oh, nope, he actually goes for the kill so that he couldn't be toyed with, and to make sure that his team comes back in time for one last push on C.
And I'll explain, they did that play, what they just did there was actually because of what was working really well yesterday against Halter Boys. And I think actually, to be fair, that was the best attempt we have seen all matches so far for Frog 3 to get back into this one.
Yeah, and what was it exactly? Just the dropping it so far, or what point?
Drop double floor, go up 2 floors against them, take the high ground against the players that are trying to protect their defensive cash out.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is a good strategy. And it did seem like it started to work. But then they got swarmed, and kind of Bertz is doing what Bertz does best, and just kind of utterly destroyed.
You'll see here. You'll see him do it here again. So they're gonna drop the cash out here. I mean, they don't really have much time here, but they're gonna try and again take the high ground. See, take the high ground on the players and see if they can catch them off guard. This time, that doesn't like Bertz, where one player has been distracted. The model going in and the elbow to the face. Emilian can finally get the elimination that's needed, but hasn't done it just yet. Sickpea goes down. That cash out also needed to be stolen right now, and the wipe has also happened just in time. Can Emilian take the steal?
No!
Is it enough? But unfortunately, it isn't. Bertz taking the second $20,000, and a really nice try there from Frog 3. That exact strategy you saw was what made Frog 3 so good and scary, but it was just a little bit too late. And again, you can see at the very end there, the problem with Emilian not being able to get that last elbow off, that last bottle shot off onto Sigby was a massive problem, and it just saved them an extra second for Burtz to take that one.
Yep, that's exactly it. I think that cash out came down to half a second. If we would have seen from their perspective, it really would have been, 90% of that bar all the way there. That's got to be heartbreaking, because it was kind of like you said, we saw Emilian chasing him down with that elbow kill, and he missed that first one, and that was the half a second that they needed. So heartbreaking, but honestly, a great performance by Frog 3. Finally, we finally saw a wipe. We finally saw them trying to steal. We finally saw some strategy, but it just still wasn't enough. And Burtz did take it 2-0 twice. So
yeah. There is nothing you could necessarily say for that second attempt on Horizon there for Frog 3. Again, you can see that the strategy I called out to you before the match started that works really well. Maybe this is something that more players could look into, because it worked. I mean, it worked really well against Burtz just there. It's just the initial elimination that could have happened there from Emilian to take out Sigby would have been a lot more better. But again, it's just so close yet so far. I would have loved to have seen them win that one. Potentially, they could have reverse swept that map as well to bring it back to a 2-1. But unfortunately, it's a 2-0. And, the mentality now for players, what do you think's going on in the call between F3? Is there any, specific things that you would say yourself? What would you say to the players?
Yeah, back when I would play competitively and we were faced after loss, I would kind of tell everybody, let's just try something different, because this is our last chance. And you know what we're doing right now is not working. So this is when I would pull out kind of the more zany, wild strategies, stuff that doesn't always work, but it's a last chance. It's a Hail Mary. But I'm not sure if they want to go that way, or if they want to kind of keep doing what they're doing. It really kind of comes down to their IGL and what they end up deciding. What would you change in this last effort?
Well, they know what works, and I think, again, you saw how close they got on Horizon to being able to do the analogy that Magma has kept saying, and again, I really respect that they're sticking to what they know. You just have to keep your heads up, right? And the fact that you can see the scoreboard right here as well, but just before we go into that, they've been playing in BREAKOUT for a long time. They've gotten to this stage. They've beaten probably one of the toughest teams that they could have probably have gone up against. And they know that they have the potential in them to be able to do so. But, it's just one of those things you got to keep your mind level. But obviously, we'll go over to the scoreboard here as well.
Yeah, and let's take a breakdown of the kills. Again, both teams are really even in kills, with really the highest player being Swaka with 5 kills, but followed closely by Z in 3, and then Chickpea with 1. On the Frog 3 side, we see Magma with 3 kills, we see Basila with 3, and Emilian with 2. So these are not like big, massive sweeps, because it seems like Burtz is getting most of the team wipes, but at the same time, it does look like Frog 3 is doing their job. So Burtz might just have a better revive game, and actually looking at that is what we see. We see Z with 3 revives, and on Frog 3 we see none. So what happened there?
Well, that's just simply because of when Burtz are being able to take those fights actually with Frog 3, they're avoiding being able to get the defibrillators to be working, right? That's, again, I said at the very start on the first one, the double D, right, on medium. But it is really valuable in these situations, because, sure, that could actually be something that we could look into is, is the defibrillator being used as effectively? I think that, again, the winch claw being on Swako is able to be able to stop a lot of these things happening, pull out one of those players towards you and shock them. That's what we saw in the very first cash out. When they tried to go in for the steal on F3, they had the low ground, and above them was Swako, managed to winch one of these players in towards them, and then what? You're immediately in a 2v3. The statue's nowhere near you as well. So they can't just simply go for a defibrillator. They have to actually play off of their weaknesses in a 2v3, and it's individuals, and that's exactly what will take them to the next map victory, if they can get it as Frog 3, is they have to individually play well.
Yeah, and the next map will be Fortune Stadium. So it is the newest map. It's the one that came out with this latest season. So it's a bit of a wild card, I would honestly say. No team is as proficient on it as they are these other maps. So there is a chance that Frog 3 is able to kind of pull something out. Maybe they've been really grinding on this map. Maybe they have a bunch of strategies that nobody's seen before. I don't know. If they do, the time to pull it out is right now. And I really hope that Frog 3 can pick themselves up and get something going.
Does fortune favor F3 here, or will Bertz take the last and final map needed to bring them through into the grand finals? And thank you obviously very much to British Supreme again. Yeah, it's the prize pool for this tournament just going over $2,000 now as well, so a lot of money, of course, in the mind of this tournament. But going back to the players, so individually, we have here Bertz on the first tag here of Vault 1.
Yep, we see them getting set up. Vault 1, they're in firm control over it. It does look like they're trying to get a little space, trying to find them. And Frog 3 is right there, so they are going to get the fighting started. Z is pretty far away from his team. He might just try and take this cash-out vault and just run with it. One person goes down from Frog 3, and Basila is on 3 HP. They do get the res back on Emilian, and Carbon is at full health. So it does look like Basila is just trying to stay alive just a little bit longer to get that res back, that healing back up, and there it is. He's running with the sledgehammer? Oh my god. Okay, what a move. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is exactly what I would do. I would do something completely random, do something completely different, because you got one more shot. Let's make it fun. But
yeah, could potentially even be, you could say, they have some tricks up their sleeves as well. Because, yeah, the sledgehammer into winch combo is incredibly interesting here, and that has got to have a ton of balls to be able to play that one off, and especially convince your teammates that that's also a potential thing to use as well in this one. But we just saw that it worked out right there. So, again, Basila here, managing to transport the Vault 1, and that is going over to Cash Out B.
Honestly, that was probably the most competent fight we've seen from Frog 3 so far. So they might have something going here. And we do see the goo going up in a really unique position. I think they're trying to set themselves up where they're kind of outside of the cash out area, and they can just kind of swarm onto them. I like this positioning. It's really quite unique and something you'd only see in the finals.
Yeah, and look at that, Sick P, and they're holding the red barrels here, so they're kind of waiting to see where the positions are of these players, and again, mantling the stairs there to get some information as well. And like I said, now it's the information game, right? They're trying to find out where these players are here on the other side, and again, they haven't spotted them just yet, and that's up to Swacko as well to help solve. He has the RPG as well to change some of the levels here to find out where these players are.
Yeah, and honestly, both teams have been using these red barrels really impressively. Oh, and they got caught. Look at that. They demat and just try and run away. You see the winch claw going off. It does look like Frog 3 has jumped off. I'm not sure they're in a great position. Swacko goes for the RPG, but he did hit himself with that. That is unfortunate, and it looks like Frog 3 is just committing suicide so that they can hop on and get their team back in the spawn and get one more last push on this cash out.
If you're going to put yourself in a unique position, you got to be prepared for people to find you. And again, I just think that Frog 3 weren't really prepared for it. You can see where the APS was as well. It probably gave it away just a little bit as well, maybe with the noise of the APS. I think it was Sick P that found out where those players were. Yeah, sure, it was a unique decision, but again, not the best here, and they're going in for another chance here. They need this run right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely it. I mean, they have to get something moving. They need to get one cash-out win. This is Game 3, and we haven't seen a single cash-out from Frog 3. So here we go. We see Emilian with the glitch barrel in hand. Looks like he's going to try and run, but oh no, it looks like Bertz is nowhere to be found. So Emilian's going for the steal, but he's probably going to get interrupted.
Oh my god.
It is dropped, and yeah, there goes their chance. They are out of time to get this out. Jump. It was dropped and on a bounce pad. So amazing setup from Bertz. Frog 3 is down to their last person with Basila and just a little bit of health. He does get a great elbow kill on Chickpea, and they're actually able to get a second wipe for the match. So, I don't know. In this, it seems like they are performing better right now, but it's just still not enough.
Well, the question is, are you a believer? If you guys are watching right now, this is the final map, potentially, for F3 and the final cash out here. This could be the final time we see F3 this year competing, especially in Breakout. And they have to come up with a solution right here, right now. This is rock bottom for them. And a big mystery is needed to be solved right now.
Yep, it does look like they're in control of Vault 2 at the moment, but Bertz is right behind them, and they're starting to bounce pad up. You see the fighting happening. Not just yet. They are just kind of feeling each other out. And it does look like Z throws down a red barrel, trying to cause a little bit of an explosion, maybe get a little more space in between them and Frog 3. Frog 3 is now playing, I would say, a little more conservatively, but nope, actually I take that back. Dome Shield goes down for both teams. We see Sledgehammer going off, but he cannot connect. And it looks like it's down to Carbon, and Emilian goes down as well. Carbon at 66 health, and he is being chased. He has got 50 health, and that's it. So the first wipe on Frog 3, maybe the second one, but still, they are kind of, I don't know, struggling a little bit, and it does look like Bertz will get in control of this vault.
pay attention to the statues again, because these revives aren't happening. I don't think I have the scoreboard quickly on the map as well. I just want to see how many revives are even happening here for Frog Free. But I think you're right. You pointed out earlier with like the defibrillators being effective as well. But I just don't know. Like, I don't really have the confidence right now in Frog Free here. I would love to see them take this, but they have to come up with a play, and it has to happen now.
Yeah, and oh man, I mean, what just happened there with Bert's really kind of a sloppy play. They tried to demat as the elevator was moving up, and it just looks like they missed, but they did catch themselves. And look at this movement. My god, look at that from Swacko. That is impressive. I can barely do that. I mess up probably about half the time, so that's really good movement from some of these players.
He is zooming, and the chance here for Frog Free. Can they keep their legacy going right here for Breakout Worlds 2024? One final cash out on one final chance. Dematerializer potentially trying to bring it down 2 floors, which is what they're trying to do here. But it looks like Bert's is well prepared for it. They have to back off here into the dome shield as well. Players now, again, being more patient here and cautious. They know they do not have any other chances here, and they're clawing for an option, clawing for a way back into this one. And it is going to be Frog Free potentially losing this one if they cannot come up with an option and cannot come up with it fast. Look at Z Swacko there and Sick P still on high ground, holding their wits here. They have brought it down 1 floor as well. That cash out is now being stolen, but that double C4 is a big problem here. The APS didn't really be effective as they wanted it to be. One player already low, it's Carbon Magma. They're trying to panic kill for the rest of these players. Swacko gets winched in thanks to Basil. Model here going out for the shots. Swacko goes down for the first one. He's only on low HP. It's Magma death down to 1 player, but unfortunately it's been wiped. And there it is. But being confident in their plays, confident in each other's abilities, and unfortunately, I think this might just be all done and dusted here for Frog Free as they have 5 seconds left before they get back in.
Yeah, I mean, we might see one, chaotic final push, but by the time they get there, it just is not going to work out for them. Bert's is kind of the champion of the defensive side, and pushing through that defense, trying to get a steal, not really likely. They are spawned, even not in a great position, but by the time they get there, they're just going to have to hold it. And I just don't see this happening. Do you see Frog 3 starting to move in? They have one last chance. The APS turret goes down. They're trying to get some kills. Any kills, drop that cash out. It does look like Carbon's going to go for the steal. Everybody is distracted. This might be his opportunity, but he is getting chased down, and he does get killed as well. So they are down on their last person, and that is it. They get a wipe right at the end. And Bert's is the dominating force of this tournament so far.
Yeah, Fortune Stadium, unfortunately, was not in the hands there of Frog Free, and again, it was another 2-0. 6 cash outs in the favor of Bert's versus the 0 to Frog Free. You do have to say you have to get out to Frog Free for the attempts that they had. Again, you saw that kind of glimmer of a hope on Horizon. They had to try and bring it back in, but it was just, again, those fights that they had, using the sledgehammer was an interesting choice, and I actually think that it was probably favorable for them. We saw them get wipe Bert's a little bit more in that situation too, but it was just the end result wasn't there. And again, you have to look at what's happening in terms of the entire team. We had amazing talks with them with Emilian yesterday, saying they wanted to be the best medium in the world, utilizing the model, for example. Emilian had such few chances, and when they were presented to Emilian, didn't step up when the time was needed. And those things there don't make the best medium in the world. But I'm not tearing into each player individually, but I'm just saying that, it's a team effort. If you're put on a role to deal damage, you have to deal damage at the end of the day. And, huge respect to Frog Free. I think that I'm actually very excited for them and into what they can hopefully do for 2025 as well, as we go into more of these events for the finals. But hey, let's talk about Butser, of course, the winners of this one. What do you think about that? Taking all those maps away and not losing one of them against Frog Free.
Yeah, honestly, if you're going up against Bert's, I would be worried, because this is a scary team. The fact that they didn't even let one cash out, they didn't even mess up one time across 3 maps, is terrifying. And that's not to say that it was all Frog 3 being not a great team, because they're great players. So Bert's has proved themselves in this tournament, and I think that they're going to continue doing so, probably into the next they're in the grand final, right? This was it. This was the
yes.
Yeah. So it will
Bert's takes it to grand final.
Yep, it will be Bert's going up against somebody. And I think that honestly the chances against Bert taking it all the way are pretty high at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to obviously see how the other matches do, but one of my favorite things that I wanted to touch on as well, and just to give a good acknowledgement for Frog Free, is that this is the moment now where you as a team can really thrive. They have now seen what their strengths are in Breakout, and now they have to figure out what their weaknesses are, improve on their weaknesses as well, and I really think that they'll be able to to do a lot more here. But again, this is what I'm saying with the match summary here. You can see the difference between Burt's and Frog 3. Again, Carbon Magma was on that healing beam trying to provide a lot of that support. Emilian having 2 eliminations there as well and 2 assists. Flipped that over to Basilar as well, switching up to the Sledgehammer and Winch combination. Again, very effective there for Frog 3. But Burt's, Bria, I mean, you can just see, look at the kill difference.
Yeah, it's a big one, and honestly, this was the most wipes that Frog 3 got on Bert, so I am a little shocked that the kills aren't closer, but it just shows how much of a powerhouse that Bert really is against Frog 3. But again, we do keep talking about Frog 3 because I think that they are a great team, and guys, I really hope that I see you in the future. Don't give up.
Yeah.
This was a hard one, but yeah, you guys got a lot of heart and a lot of promise, so let's keep seeing you guys go somewhere.
I think you could probably agree with me. Losses probably make the best players in the world. Like the best player in the world wouldn't give up after a loss like this. And again, I have huge respect for Emilian as well for spending time with me. Speaking about their vision of the game and stuff like that. I'm very excited to see how these players do individually going into it. Again, as I said, 2025. I'm sure that they'll be back stronger than ever. And I can only give love to F3 for playing in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that, it does look like Burt's has taken it, and we will be moving on to our next match after a short break. And our next match will be Scallywags versus 223. You have any quick thoughts on these two teams before we take it to a quick break?
Yeah, just like less than a minute for us because I am a professional yapper after all. But no, like I said before, I think that this is going to be probably one of the biggest matches of the day because it's going to be the closest in terms of who's going up against each other. I think in the predictions at the start, if we looked at the match between Frog 3 and Burt's, I was the only person that said Burt's, all right? I'm just saying. But no, for this one, though, I actually have no idea. Like, this is going to be super close. I think that it's going to basically be coming down to the individuals and who's done the most preparation.
Yeah, and honestly, we got to commentate both of those matches yesterday between the Scallywags and 223, not against each other, but as they made it into their bracket here today. And both teams are really impressive, so I don't even know which way it's going to go. I think the Scallywags are really impressive, but they have a lot of communication issues. They have been working on that lately, but they're probably my favorite going into this, but at the same time, I can't take anything away from 223. So it's going to be a very exciting match coming up. We are going to go to a quick break, but stay tuned, and we will have Scallywags versus 223.
I heard they checking for me, no one checking on me, so I had to go run up a check. I got the message on me, ain't no flexing on me, my attorney gon' call and collect. Blessings on blessings for me, my successes only made them envious, they got upset. I had to put all their egos in check. I want the money, the power, respect, and I heard you know so-and-so, you not a threat, cause I really know so-and-so, they like my family, so they go pretend that they cool till they bust at your motherfucking chest. I'm getting gutter, my flow been like butter, my check in the bank. They see the number, all of my haters feel one of two ways. Really upset or they show some respect. I can't even think about it, I've been up, so read about it. No beat around it, straight to it, no ring around it. You coming for me, we'll see about it. We'll never see it when I get my feet up. 100 meters where I run the fee up. And go king and nana manapia. I had to re-up on a reel, so you stay the feeder. And put it back into the bit cause I don't really need it. I heard they checking for me, no one checking on me, so I had to go run up a check. I got the message, homie, ain't no flexing on me, my attorney gon' call and collect. Blessings on blessings for me, my successes only made them envious, they got upset. I had to put all their egos in check. I had to put all their egos in check. You're not entitled to anything else. I get 10 years of this under my belt. Your art isn't art, they don't feel it, and nobody hears it. Initiative stay on the shelf. Your ego done got in the way. It gotta die today. It gotta go. You should be happy I lighten the load. The weight of your arrogance, heavy as stone. I make an appearance, they already know. That chip on your shoulder gon' crumble and fold, yeah. It's not a secret that you have been fearing the shit that I'm on. So you back to the brag and the boast. But I'm in a class of my own. I heard they checking for me, no one checking on me, so I had to go run up a check. I got the message, homie, ain't no flexing on me, my attorney gon' call and collect. Blessings on blessings for me, my successes only made them envious, they got upset. I had to put all their egos in check.
Phone started jumping, what a day. Swear to God I need it, now I can't afford to wait. I just had a fan hit me up from Kuwait. Told him this would happen, now we not a minute late. Seen him down bad, now they tryna hate. Same one try to hit me for the raise. Got a mill, now they coming with a blaze. Check the numbers, fam, I swear I'm getting paid. I'm a don just like the Perrier. It's one time when I'm looking at a face. On the low like I'm pushing up the bass. Come down and I'll meet him at a gate. Got a check and I bought myself a place. They get some money and they blow it on bait. I don't flex but I'm pushing all the weight. Told them all I swear I got it's what it takes. Phone started jumping, what a day. Swear to God I need it, now I can't afford to wait. I just had a fan hit me up from Kuwait. Told him this would happen, now we not a minute late.
That's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of signs. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try and take it from me, from me, from me. Big time, number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and
Welcome back to Breakout Worlds 2024 Rio. We have had some domination so far again. Unfortunately, if you are just tuning in, Frog Free did lose the match against Burt's. But today, Rio, we have Scallywags versus 223.
Yeah, I am personally excited for this match. When I was looking at the maps and who was going to be playing today, definitely these two teams came to mind. Yesterday, we were lucky enough to cast these games and see them get into these brackets today. And both teams are impressive, just to say the least. If you haven't seen any of these players play before, you guys are up for some really good matches going forward. And I think before the break, I was talking to you, and I was saying, I truly believe that this will go past 3 matches. This is not going to be a repeat of what we just saw. These are probably some of my favorite players, and yeah, I'm just excited to see them get started.
Exactly. I mean, both teams have some sets of incredible players. We have, obviously, on Scallywags, one of the players that you presented to myself at the start, and I think I was talking to Brutus Supreme as well for production, and you guys said to me, Gremlin. Pay attention to this guy, Thix, because he is one of the stars of the show on Team Scallywags, so everyone pay attention to that player. But obviously for 223, it's the synergy of those players. Again, the French team that are just so well glued together, and the combination between Atelco and Noax as well, specifically in terms of combat here. But yeah, it's going to be a 5v5. They're going to have to go the lengthways. Well, we're hoping that they go the lengthways as well for this one. And yeah, I mean, for the predictions, I mean, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and you said it right, that Gremlin is definitely a player to watch. Honestly, all of the Scallywags are players to watch. I think that they are really just kind of, yeah, and look, we're getting the stats here from Gremlin against Samkobox from
Heavy v Heavy.
Yeah, these two heavy players, you know, and it's really kind of interesting to see Gremlin with so many kills. Heavies are good at getting kills, but it's really rare that you see them kind of be at the top. So it's cool to see that he has 85 kills versus Samkobox 40 so far. And going down to assist, he still dominates in that category. The KDA is pretty close, so it does seem like they are playing in a similar style, I want to say. But looking at the combat score, yeah, you can definitely see the Gremlin is a little bit more, I want to say, combative, for lack of a better term.
But you should also pay attention to the assist as well, though, right? That's 70 versus the 33. And this is kind of telling us the narrative that there's a bit more of damage going on the other side of Scallywags, too. It could be on the side of Wallio, who I was speaking to previously as well. And Wallio was kind of saying to me, you know, he personally, which is a bit of a concern here, he hasn't studied 223 himself. His teammates are the ones that he's kind of relying on, and he's not as used to those players on either side. So again, that could be a concern for him. Maybe he could be relying too much on Gremlin to be able to do much. I mean, you know, they did have about roughly I'd say about less than 24 hours to study them in the last match, of course. But you know, I think another thing that I would like to point out to you as well is Salvo, right? This player yesterday we saw had a lot of concerns at the very start. The first map he had on Horizon, I wasn't too convinced with. I think that it was actually a bit of a problem for Scallywags as a whole. But when Salvo managed to pick up the pace into the next matches, as a whole unit, Scallywags played very, very well. And, oh, nice. We have the map predictions up here as well, or the maps here as well, Rio.
Yes, we do. And honestly, it looks like it's going to be a repeat of what we saw in the last map, Ban and Veto. So right off the bat with Kyoto being banned, we've discussed this before, it's a very big map. It's not unexpected that it is banned in a tournament like this. Surprisingly, though, Monaco is banned. I really think that Monaco has a lot of pros to it, and I think that it's a really great map overall. Probably one of my favorites just visually, but unfortunately we're not going to see it in this tournament. But the first map pick is going to be Sys Horizon by the Scallywags, followed by 223 picking Las Vegas, and finally, and next we have Fortune Stadium picked by the Scallywags. And then we move to Skyway Stadium, picked by 223, and then the decider match, if we make it all the way, will be on Seoul. So I would love to see these two teams go all the way and make it to Seoul, because yeah, these are fun maps to see, and I think that yeah, I'd love to see beyond the 3 that we've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. And I think obviously when we're looking at Sys Horizon there as well, if I'm looking at my notes correctly here for 223. That Horizon was a big talk, right? If you remember yesterday, 223 lost Horizon against Grief in unconvincing fashion. It was actually a huge mistake, and I was actually going through that match with a Telco, and he was saying, well, the big difference is having that light on the other side was a massive problem. And again, if you weren't here yesterday looking at it in the quarterfinal stage, we had one of the only light contestants in the playoffs here for Breakout, and that was a massive problem again for him. So now when we have the situation where they have looked over what went wrong on Horizon, my biggest issue with 223 right now is Atelco. He really does play incredibly well with his team, but when they're not synced, he loves to go ahead of his game. He loves to rush out. These players, mind you, as we heard in their comms when we listened in yesterday, they're playing with a ton of fire. They're playing with passion.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Atelco was saying to me is that there's a lot resting on the shoulders of 223. And the reason for this is because a lot of the comp players kind of trying to write them off. And this match here for them, and actually this whole series for Worlds, is trying to prove to them that they are that team that everyone should be worried about.
Yeah, wow, that's some really good insight on both of these teams. And yeah, Telco, or just 223 being, you know, not as cohesive or not as like close together going against the Scallywags really could be their downfall. Because if you just have that one player out of position and you have him go down, it just does not seem like it's a really good spot. I am seeing that looks like we are going to have probably a quick pause because I think one teammate from either 223 is out of the match.
Salvo,
so yeah, it looks like Salvo has disconnected for some reason. But thankfully, we have a nice little pause feature in the game. So the match will stay exactly where we are right now. If they are mid-jump, as we see Noah X is, he will stay mid-jump until the pause is done.
One of the things that I can discuss with you right now whilst we have this technical pause is that now the difference for 223, right? We saw them struggle, and you could say that it was because of the light, medium, heavy. Well, now they're playing against a composition that they're a lot more used to here. We have the heavy, medium, medium. Do you feel like that's going to be a big difference today in these matches that we see 223 play?
Oh, yeah, there's a big potential that we do see some differences, but at the same time, I don't know yet. Like, I don't know if we've had these two teams clash before, so it's just going to be really how they end up playing with the combat and how they end up kind of making their way through either the Scallywags or the 223. So, yeah, I'm not sure. This is going to unfold in a really interesting way, from my perspective.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is as well is that if we focus on Horizon as a whole for this map for 223, if they take this map, I am very confident in 223 for the rest of this series. Again,
Really?
obviously I know... Oh, 100%. And the reason why is because you saw how dominant they were on the other maps, 223. Mm-hmm. They played them very, very well. They wasn't too afraid about them. Yeah, Fortune Stadium, they had a bit of a slip up against Grief previously, but they managed to take it back up. But just remember, they went 2-0 on Vegas against Grief, right? And the next map after this one is Vegas. So if you want to play it by cards and play it by statistics, well, 223 has all the momentum they need. They just need to execute it very well. And again, keep up that passion, keep up the reasons why they want to play well together. And again, Atelco's reason to me is that he wants to prove the doubters wrong, and I think that's a great statement to carry on to the rest of the series as well.
Yeah. And I think you might be right there, because 223 does seem really composed, and if they do take this map, it will show that they are a really strong footing to make it through. But on the inverse of that, if the Scallywags are able to pull this off and get this map, I honestly kind of feel whoever takes this first map might be our winner of this little series right here. Because they are, I don't know, both teams are so closely comparable, I think. You know, you've got Gremlin as such a hard hitter, and then you've got Samco Box on the opposite side. Like, both teams have a lot of pros, and I'm sad that we're stuck in a pause. Yeah.
No, I've got a cool stat for you here. So, yesterday, Scallywags lost 2-0 against Ape Squad on Horizon. And as I said yesterday, 223 lost 2-0 against Grief Party on Horizon. So, again, by these numbers in playoffs, this is a big map. And who was the team that picked Horizon? I wasn't too sure. I think it was Scallywags that picked the first map, right?
It was.
This is a big statement for them, especially going out of the gates with Horizon. And again, I agree with you. I think that this map will set the precedent for the rest of these games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just moving on as well, I'm just basically looking at, Vault 1 as being closer as well to 223. So again, we're just kind of waiting for that to make sure as well, if they have the advantage of the close range too, that's also a big effectiveness as well. We also had something from production if you would like to reel that off.
Yeah, so it does look like Salvo had his PC crash, so we are waiting for him to kind of get back in it, but we will wait for a little bit before this gets started, just to give everybody the appropriate amount of time. I don't know if he will be back real quick, or if maybe production wants to take a quick break while they try and get that sorted. But we will kind of hang on until that technical pause is resolved. So yeah, I guess we're back at the desk. So they've pulled out of the map, probably getting things started, restarted. Yeah, any thoughts so far? Let's talk about. So we're going to Sys Horizon, and yesterday you brought up something really interesting about it. You're saying that it's really easy to kind of manipulate or be in control of the cash outs. Let's expand on that a little bit. Kind of share with the viewers, the people that might not understand,
Yeah.
why do you think it's such a unique map? Let's just start there.
What is the spawn points to the cash outs on Horizon? I think that the map is such, it has a lot of verticality compared to other maps.
Mm,
And sure, you could argue to me and say, oh, yeah, well, Monaco, for example. But the problem is that the winches, for example, that people like to do, these heavies, they like to have a winch claw and you can attach it to a cash out and pull it towards you. You can throw them off of the side of the buildings. Now, on Monaco, it's a lot more harder to do. Yeah, sure, if you have suspended structures, it's easier. But just as a map with a core, without thinking about any of the modifiers, Horizon allows you the ability to manipulate the cash outs in your favor so that you're on the high ground and the cash out stays below. Now, when you're in that situation, again, I said at the start of this stream with the previous game we just watched, I truly believe that high ground is 20% of each fight in the finals. And that's something that I've always seen from just watching matches as well. So if you can initially have that setup played, you as a player, again, if people are watching at home, they want to figure out, oh, I have a team that I'm interested in competing in the finals. Start your plays off of the basis of focusing on high grounds, because that's a weakness that for some reason teams aren't doing right now. Yes, I know that, again, the game is very close quarter focused, especially with the current meta. If that meta shifts, maybe it can expand out on my theory as well with how the finals can be played. But, I that's the current interesting spot that I see. I don't know if you have any interesting plays that you've seen teams make throughout this tournament.
Yeah, interesting plays. Wow, I think that probably the first thing that comes to mind is we've had a lot of bouncing. If you guys are not aware of what I mean by bouncing, is there is the actual cash out station, and you either place a jump pad right below it, or you place it on the side, anywhere that where it will drop, it immediately will shoot that cash out station somewhere else. And I've mentioned it before, like during it, when it happens, it's really chaotic. It's something that just kind of throws a whole team, or you can do this really strategically, and there are a few places on Vegas where you can bounce it, and it's now in a really open area. So if you're in control of it and you bounce it somewhere different, you're able to kind of secure a more overhead view of it, a better position for it, and just really pushing into anything that's in an open area is just pretty lethal for any team that's doing it. And you've mentioned before how verticality is really important. If you're able to combine a big open area with a nice vantage point from up high, yeah, you've basically secured this cash out. And even in this tournament, we've seen teams just not even approach it because it's just kind of a lost cause. It's so far out there. So, yeah, those are some of the plays that I'd love to see. Something that I'm trying to learn myself with the DMAT and the bounce pad. But yeah, it's definitely a higher tier strategy than I think that most people are used to.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see how the meta kind of evolves around that type of thing as well. Because, when you think about the finals and the analogy of the finals, well, everything relies on the cash outs at the end of the day. And, teams can have certain strategies built around it. And I'm hoping to see in the future more gadgets, more specializations to really enhance how people attack or defend cash outs as well. And I think that that's something that we can obviously look forward to potentially going towards season 5, season 6, depending on what happens in there as well. But this is interesting because, again, we look at Worlds as a whole for Breakout, and we kind of see the default thing right now as teams are going in heavy, medium, the snooze fest. Like, I can go to sleep myself. You know what I mean? But when you have a team coming in, for example, like we saw yesterday, like Grief Party, right? They took that light in there. And one of the things that I said is someone picking up the LH1, and someone said, hey, I actually want to prove to people that light can be viable in these team situations. Well, unfortunately, they didn't prove it by the win, but they did prove it by someone actually stepping up and having the most kills. Do you remember yesterday when we looked at the scoreboard and we looked at that third map that we had against 223? Someone, I think he had like 12 kills on himself.
Yeah.
And the teammates, obviously, much respect to the teammates, but someone was the damage dealer in that situation. And we know that light can, frag out, be that damage dealer. But, I don't want a snooze fest. You know what I mean? I love to watch light, medium, heavy. I think it's the most fun combination as well.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that people watching this would also agree with myself too.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that is the ultimate setup for this game, light, medium, heavy, because you have the wide range of everything. You have somebody that can tank damage, somebody that can throw down a dome shield, somebody that can heal, somebody that can res, and then you have a light that can really cause chaos, cause damage, even flank the enemy, get around them. There's just so much versatility that you have when you have all three players, and I truly believe that that's what the game was designed to be around. I think that that was the competitive, composition that they wanted. Now, what's cool about this game is that you don't have to do that. You don't have to go with that meta. You can do something wild. I've even seen teams of 3 lights going at it and absolutely dominate. And that's just the fun aspect of it. Yeah, I'm really quite excited. But some housekeeping real quick. I did notice that we missed a $10 donation from Patrick. So thank you for adding that donation to the prize pool. We are pretty close to getting a 4-player payout on this prize pool. So thank you guys so much. And then the last little bit is it does look like the player that crashed is loading into the map. So we will be resuming here in just a minute. So in the meantime, I guess we'll just keep yapping. Well, let's see. Thixie, what do you?
I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a better question. I got a intent. This is an important question,
okay.
right? Because you're about to get a lot of people love you, or a lot of people go against you.
Oh no.
All right. I mean, what team did you pick this season in the finals?
Halto.
All right. Well, all right.
Did you go Isolt?
Nah, I mean, I just, I didn't just buy this shirt for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Assault, rise up. Okay, if you're not Assault, get out, dude. There's a reason why Holtog got knocked out. Okay, hey, this is Assault territory, all right? No, I'm just kidding. No,
I wanted that sledgehammer. That's it. I saw it and I was just like, oh, that's so cool. I need it, and I am still a good bit of ways from it. So coming after this, I'm gonna have to start grinding to get the fans up there, so I can make it to that hammer.
I gotta admit though, Engimo are the real chads here, because I feel like in the finals right now, it's like Assault versus Holtog, right?
Yeah.
And then like we're just yapping between each other, and then like Engimo are just like, yeah, screw you guys.
We exist.
Engimo.
We're here.
Yeah.
Well, and then I guess while we're still stalling for time, what class do you normally play? If you're playing, not with your viewers, you're just playing for fun. What do you normally do in game? What do you pick?
The finals is out to get me, so I have to keep changing class to beat the algorithm. Because I truly believe that if I play medium for like more than like 3 weeks, then all of a sudden my gun doesn't hit as hard, and then I have to switch to light, and then I start fragging out, and then the same thing happens, and I switch to heavy. You know what I mean? So I can't stick with one class. I have to keep changing it. But no, in all seriousness, like right now, I think you can probably agree with me. Like medium is the most effective overall all-rounder, especially with the model. But what about yourself?
Yeah, I run medium with the CL40 and then the healing beam. I'm a former Quake player. I really enjoy just the projectile-based combat, and it definitely is not the best weapon, and I'm definitely not the best player. But those times that I get to feel so like oppressive with the CL40 just makes me love it. Like I think that there's just something to it.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, because you said that, because you spoke to me before when we were doing our practicing, is that you were a former Quake player, and you had in the professional scene for Quake, right? How does that translate over when you go over to the finals? Because there are some elements you could argue of movement, for example, that do help you.
Yeah. Well, movement is a big thing about it. It's why part of what I like clung to in this game is that movement is really solid, and just being able to kind of position yourself to absolutely kind of punish your players or the enemy team, kind of positioning yourself right. So it's a really complex thing, but there are a lot of similarities that I do see from Quake in the finals, and probably part of the reason that I love it. But moving on, we are getting started. Thank you guys for being patient with us. We are getting started here on the first match of Scallywags versus 223 on Sys Horizon.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see here again, both teams are pretty much set up for the correct idea of trying to keep the high ground here, but the range advantage right now for the players, and I think the Scallywags there, as they are trying, for the players on 223, as they have opted to go for longer range weapons this time instead of the model.
Yeah, and it makes sense in this kind of fight because you have a lot of the rooftop combat. You have what's happening right now, where I think it's a little frivolous, where people are just kind of fighting and trying to get any opening they can, but honestly, if you have one healing beam, any damage that is done to you is pretty much easily mitigated. So right now, it's just kind of both teams feeling each other up, trying to find where their weak points is, and on the off chance that they do get a kill, that's a great entry point. We do see NoX starting to hop down, getting some great shots off with that AK, but not enough to really cause enough damage. His team is starting to push in, and they are, oh, look at that D-Mat down below. I'm not sure anybody's gone down just yet. Dome Shield is up, Wally is down, and Noah is trying to heal his teammates, switching back and forth between that AK in a great fashion, really kind of choosing his fights well, but it does look like they were able to get the first team wipe of this match.
Yeah, and if production as well, if we could do a listen in at some point during this match, I would love to hear 223 because they have the most insane comms. I know obviously it is in French. We might have to get a French translator in the chat to kind of give us the overalls here, but this team are playing with fire behind them and they are going to be looking to expose that. You can see Telco here does have the model in his hand, so it's only Noah here who does have the rifle. I'm pretty sure it's the AK as well, so he is going to be the damage dealer from range.
Yeah, and real quick, I just want to point out that pink team is the Scallywags and orange team is 223. So if you have a favorite, keep watching for those team colors. But right now, it does look like the 223 is set up in a great position for Dash Out B. Dash Out B is starting to make its way down. It is about a quarter of the way done. We see the Samco box is jumping up and down with that RPG in hand. He goes for a shot. He does not make it, does not connect on anything. Scallywags are pushing in below. I believe they're going to try and drop this cash out and try and make a move on it. They have to do something pretty quick, or this is going to be their only push that they're able to make for this cash out.
Yep, and 223 here have the advantage of the high ground. They do know where the options are going to happen with the dematerializer being moved lower as well from Wallio, as you can see here. But the question is on 223 is can they hold it here? Dropping from high ground here, it's a Telka who goes in and already down to low HP. Sam goes down as well. That's not a part of the script. It's Salva here who is being effective and managing to take out the first two players here. And it's down to only, I think, one player now left alone. What can he do here against the 1v3? Nothing potentially. And the cash out has been stolen back. Players coin back in or are healed back in, and it's a Telco back up.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they were able to coin back in because we get right into this fight again immediately, and it does mean the Scallywags have one more chance of pushing in. The cash out is down to the last quarter of it, and they need to make a move right now, but the Scallywags are in a pretty good position. They have the height advantage, they have the cash out, and they just need to burn this clock out.
Exactly, and I think here the winch claw going in. That's an insane play from Gremlin. He takes out Noah from the might of below, and that is a problem again. 223 do not have a solution here. You can see Gremlin kind of panicking, trying to shoot through the walls, but I think that's absolutely fine as that cash out will stay in the hands of Scallywags.
Yeah, a really great steal from the Scallywags, and then immediately pivoting to a nice defensive position. I think that they've got some really great moves in this series so far.
Exactly, and like I said here, 223 really need to get themselves into this game, and they need to continue that momentum. Again, as soon as they take one win, they try and snowball them and get them fired up for the rest of this one. Like I said, the communication is probably going to be crazy right now, and they do believe that they can beat Scallywags too, but it's, again, these plays that Gremlin can do with the winch claw to step up.
There's a great RPG that went off. It did look like it did a lot of damage to a Telco. Samco Box is trying to run around with that shotgun. He is in front of all of the Scallywags right now. Probably not the best move because he does go down. And Salvo is the last remaining member with 65 HP. He does get the res off of on Wally, and he's now trying to heal him, but they are still down. Oh, no, look at that. Gremlin is back in the fight as well now. And we have both teams 3v3 fighting over this vault still. We see Samco Box goes down, and it is now 2v2 on both teams. Nice shot with the model there, and the wipe does go off, and it does look like the Scallywags are in control of this next vault.
Yep, again, these fights don't mean as much, but what it can mean is obviously the guarantee of players to play on the defense here, and it looks like they are going to go towards cash out A. It's just, we're really looking, of course, Gremlin is going to coin back in, by the way, if everyone's watching, to make sure. And look at this, though. The cash out A, as I said before, it's in a place where they can kind of manipulate it. They can bring it outside, and they can stay from the high ground here as well. And it looks like they will jump pad, bring it down. And again, as we said, rinse and repeat this type of strategy. You can bring that down and play it in the open, and they are in a great position here for the Scallywags.
Yeah, and this is what I mean by this is a great balanced position for them. And they're playing so off point. So I believe that they have a C4 on there. Whenever the steal starts to happen, they're just going to drop it, and it's immediately going to shoot to the edge of the map. And that is in such a good position because then they have the high ground. And honestly, I just don't see the Scallywags losing this. They're in such a good spot, such a good position for this cash out. Fighting is going down. Noah X is trying to get some shots off. He is standing by that APS. The APS is eating some bullets. But oh no, the Scallywags have gotten two people down, and that is a team wipe again. Yeah, I just had a feeling that they were in such a good defensive position. They didn't even have to drop that cash out yet.
Sam brought two players down to low HP as well, Wallio and Gremlin, with a slither of health between them. But right now, the differential is, as you're seeing here, it's these players stepping up. Just, again, so close, these fights that are happening right now. In 2-3, and you have one more opportunity here.
Yeah, one more fight, and man, they have to make it work. But I just have to point out the Scallywags are looking good right now. You can even see that they are getting set up a little bit of ways away. They're ready for that push. I think that they still have that C4 off, so they have everything going for them, And man, 223 needs to step up. This is their opportunity. This is their last fight. I think they're even getting ready for that push or the bounce, because look at how far away they are. Here we go. First fight coming up. You see the DMAT going up.
The bounce pad is below that cash out A, so they actually don't have that much time. Look at this. They're going to try and go for it here, but the dematerializer, they might not know this. Atelka here might have this. The winch claw goes out, but it just misses. And they will try and go for the steal, but the bounce pad there launches the cash out away. And that is so frustrating there for 223. They will try and go for another steal once again here. Atelko holding on for the rest of his life. The winch slot going out. Make that a double. And unfortunately, a triple there for Atelko. Wasn't towards his favor, though. And Scallywags still managed to get the victory. But that could have been a massive play.
Wow. Yeah. And the bounce and then the winch claw, that cash out station was everywhere. All over the map. And oh man, I don't know. I feel like we're just rewatching Birds vs. Frog 3 again. What just happened there? I have seen so much great performance from 223. That is not what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about the differentials as well. Like I said before, it's these players individually. There was a bubble on the fight before that was a massive play there as well. But again, the winch tool coming out there from Sam to try and move it away from that jump pad below was a smart idea. But the problem is that geometry, that small bit of the gap of the wall there was in, and it kind of denied that yoink back in. That would have been a massive play. But again, it's unfortunate. 223, I don't think are doing anything technically that wrong. I think that, again, it's just these small things that players are doing individually to get themselves ahead. And yeah, I still have full confidence here in 223 to bring it back. And again, Horizon 2-0 goes in favor here of Scallywags.
Yeah, shocking result to see. And I do think that 223 can end up coming back from it. Maybe they just got the jitters. Maybe something's going on. But it did seem pretty well balanced. I'm curious to see the scoreboard, but it did seem like the Scallywags had more team wipes in the end. So I'm just not sure. Maybe they need to focus on kind of their pushes, but I think the Scallywags really shine in defense. They seem to have a really great setup and a really great push for when they're starting to get assaulted on that map, or on that cash out station.
Yeah, and it's just those things right there. Like, see Gremlin doing the winch, for example, pulling players back in. Gremlin has had some huge plays, especially utilizing the dome shield right there, which you just saw. The dome shield there was absolutely insane and was the differential in that fight. But again, it's these close fights that are coming down to it. We saw it obviously in the Frog 3 match against Burt's. It wasn't these close fights. And look at this from Atelko. What a beautiful play, but unfortunately was not in his favor. Now, if that was a match-winning elimination, that would have been impressive. But look at this here. We have to pay attention right now. Noah, 0 eliminations. Of course, we do know, again, that combination to provide the setup for Atelko to play well, which is why Atelko had the most kills. Again, that's why I said pay attention to this kind of duo here, as those two players are playing well. Sam as well with 2 eliminations to the name. But, I mean, obviously we have to give it up on the other side here, Rio. Would you like to break down Scallywags for us?
Yeah, Scallywags are pretty dominant force right now with 6 kills on Salvo, Gremlin with 5 kills, and then Wally with 2. I think that they really are playing well together. They're playing very close together, and you can see it through the spread of the kills. Yeah, Wally doesn't have a ton, but he was more focused on healing and just making sure that the reses were there. He was the one that got 2 reses off. And then conversely, on Noah's side, I was watching him, and he did do a lot of damage, but you could tell that he was really more focused on healing his team. And maybe that was kind of their detriment. I don't know. It's going to be hard to see until we get into another match if he can kind of get a little more performance, because Noah X is great. He's a great medium player and probably one of the best that a lot of people strive and learn a lot from. So I'm expecting a little more from them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that again, if we talk about what Noah does for his team, is he is able to provide that setup, that utility to allow Atelko to do well, which is why you're seeing him on less eliminations here, probably focus a bit more on this game. But pay attention to the revives there on Noah as well. It was Atelko that was the one getting those 2 revives. So my question to 223 is, why is it that Noah is potentially falling first, or why is it that Sam's potentially falling first? We can see that obviously he's doing his job. He's providing the eliminations very well. But is it Noah that's going down first? Well, Noah's the one with the healing beam, right? So what's happening there? Is there some disjointing between the communication of what these guys are doing? This is something Atelko told me that he was working on. So, we're looking at Horizon. Maybe Horizon is just the map that this team individually on the side of 223 just aren't getting well done. And you could obviously point it down to as well, is that Scallywags maybe did their research. Maybe they looked into 223 and saw that, hey, yeah, sure, we lost R2O, but there's a big problem here that that 223 aren't able to capitalize on, and that's how they expose them.
Well, and you mentioned earlier that somebody on 223 really didn't have a lot of experience going through the VODs and seeing how the Scallywags played, and I think that that's just that's a mistake. I mean, we have hours and hours of footage from all these teams, and you can really learn. Even just the most recent matches have shown kind of what the compositions are, how they're playing, and I don't know. I do think you're right, that I think that the Scallywags might be a little just more prepared. They might have just come into this with more strategies. And I think that we've talked about this before, but I know that Gremlin and his team are working on communication. And you know what? They might have just figured it out.
Here we go then. Is this the start of a snowball here for Scallywags? We're on to map 2. It's 223 versus Scallywags here. NA versus EU, the all-time classic esports matches against each other under the floodlights of Las Vegas. But it is daytime, and is it time for a Telco's team to get another map back in the favor? I'm pretty sure they chose this one as well. And instantly on the low ground here is 223.
Yep, they're going for the first vault. They do get it tapped, but it does look like the Scallywags are above them, maybe on that Megadome. Yep, just waiting for the 223 to make their move. They're going to have to set up and get something going on, but I'm not sure that we'll really see any combat happen just yet. We do see a bounce pad set up for the Scallywags, so they are ready to jump in there at a moment's notice. I think that they're going to try and make it towards B, which does look like where the 223 is starting to head.
Yep, exactly here. And Telco has gone, obviously, kept with his might to the model here. And I think it was Noah who swapped, maybe, I didn't see that, but they maybe swapped back to the model here. Could obviously be because it is Las Vegas instead. Maybe a difference here, but obviously have to see when we get that perspective back in the hands of them as well. That Vault 1 is also being moved. Still the high ground here. RPG going in from the high ground here as Gremlin gets countered by the APS. And now going in here, and Noax goes down. And again, the snowball here for Gremlin can keep this one going as well. Puts down the dome shield. Again, Noah falling down twice in a row there. One of the teammates on Scallywags goes down, but it's back to a 3v1 if I'm not mistaken right now. And it's going to be Gremlin here with Salvo to transport that over towards Cash Out B.
Yep, and we see the C4 going off immediately. This is what I've pointed out time and time again. The Scallywags have a really good defense. You saw them immediately getting set up for it, and now they are a little spread out and just waiting and getting ready for the push from 223. And I think that they're going to be more than prepared by the time that they show up. So we're seeing this time and time again where 223 is having to push up against the defensive side from the Scallywags, and I don't know if they've learned yet what they need to do, but we do see that 223 has started to make their way into B. They are all in that same room. They're just trying to figure out what to do next. It does look like they winch clawed the cash out and brought it into the circle of an APS. Dome shield went down, but we see Sam Kobox jumping up, getting some great shots off with that shotgun, and he does bring one member down, and that is a team wipe for the Scallywags. Well done, 223. That was a great execution on that point.
This is the start of something here to get them back into the hands as well. 223 finally getting themselves alive here, getting that team wipe as well. And this could be a big defensive play here. The cash out currently on 50% of the way as well. Like I said before, do not keep your eyes off of 223 here, because if they get that cash out in the favor of them, they can keep this one steamrolling as well.
Yeah, I think that we haven't really seen the defensive side from 223, so let's see what they do. We see that they're set up on the roof right now, taking pop shots with that model. Jump pad goes in, and we see, who is that? Noah is doing some great damage with that model. Ooh, brings down Wally with a great shot, and honestly, they're looking great right now. They're bringing people down from the Scallywags. Still more shots going off. One person down. Oh no, he shouldn't have taken that bounce pad. It does look like the Scallywags just ended up getting a wipe, and man, I don't know what 223 was thinking there. They just went head first into that offensive play, and instead of playing it a little more safe, a little more defensively. Yeah, it's a shame to see.
You know, I'm sorry, you have to look at those missed shots there. That's not acceptable as a player that had that free opportunity. The players are right in front of him. I mean, yeah, I know you could say, oh, well, Dix, you're not as good as skilled as these players, but all you have to do in those situations is just be calm, keep your nerves, and you also pointed out as well, that jump pad as well did kind of trick those players off guard as well. Maybe that's an excuse, but I see pressure here. That's what I see. And also an RPG going in here as well from the low ground here. It looks like they want to make a statement. The winch claw's also going out as well. 223 needs to claw this back up here. Salvo goes goes down. One of the players behind him is also low as well, trying to go for the revive here. Gremlin also falls as well. The raid boss has been eliminated, and that does mean the coins fall here from the high ground of Scallywags now. Again, we're seeing this time again 4-2-2-3 as they get that first eliminations that they need to. They get the first wipe, but they can't keep it going. They can't pull off of their advantages with it, and they need to have this happen right here, right now. The Scallywags have the first cash out. They have the first 10K, and I don't know, Rio. This is going to come down to the wire now.
It is going to come down to the wire, but I think that we are seeing a more put together 2-2-3 than we saw in this last map. So they have control of this vault. Can they set up their defenses? Can they get it going? I think that this is their opportunity, their chance, because if they end up losing this map, it is just going to be pretty much an uphill battle that I don't think that they can do. But we are seeing the Scallywags start to bounce pad over. They are right on top of this cash out, and it looks like 2-2-3 is starting to move a little bit away from it, but they are still very close to this cash out. So they're playing it really, I don't know, risky move by just being so close to it, because what's going to happen is this confrontation is going to start immediately, and I don't think that that's really what they want. Maybe it is so that they die and they get one more chance at it, but it's not what I would pick. Fighting is starting to happen. We see Wally with the dome shield going down. He does get winched and pulled out of place, and Salvo is the last remaining member. He does bring down a Telco, but he can't do anything off of that.
Yeah, nicely played there for those players as well. Pretty standard, as I would say, and now they're just waiting for the cash out in time.
Yeah, I think that it does look like this one will go to 2-2-3. They've got one last push that they've got to defend for. Scallywags did just respawn. It looks like they kind of spawned a little bit of ways away, so by the time that they get there, I'm betting the cash out will be probably about 3/4 of the way in. So this is looking like 2-2-3 might have their first cash out of this series.
Here it is then, 2-2-3, potentially up to their shoulders here, as the cash out is just above 50% now. There's, again, the doubts of their minds. The people that wrote them off here, Atelco's team will have to play effectively here without making mistakes. Red Barrel goes in, Gremlin with a massive play, but he gets winched out and instant to a dome shield. These players now keeping that momentum going, and that is a quick wipe, the fastest wipe we have probably seen so far in these playoffs, and this is huge for these players. Again, you can probably see, again, they stop moving their mouse there a little bit, so you can see on the communication, they are probably screaming their voices out for this one. And I would love to hear the communication. I'm not too sure if we have this in production, but if we're going to the next one, the biggest cash out right now is it's going to go down to probably this one here. Could map 2 go into the hands of 2-2-3?
Yeah, I think that they have a big opportunity here, and I think that it's really showing that they can. We do have a listen in, so we'll hop into that in just a moment here, but we'll get the Vault fight started over Vault 3. This one, they tend to play a little more conservatively because both teams know that this is going to be the deciding factor. And we might not even see a fight happen over Vault 3. We might see that the Scallywags or 2-2-3 end up taking it. But what is happening now? I'm eating my words as they jump onto the Megadome. We see Wally goes down. Noah is on 20 health. He switched over to try and bring his team back, and they do get a nice wipe right from that. We missed the beginning of that fight, but we were able to see what happened at the end, and Vault 3 does finally get tapped.
Again, I would have loved to have heard the communication there, but I think it is a bit too late. So we'll have to get that a little bit later on. Again, that cash out 3, or that Vault 3 now, can be transported over. And the question is here, is they are now finally picking up their momentum and their pace for themselves here. If they can keep this one going, and they can, again, know that they are a good unit together. We've seen this before, especially in the last match. We've seen how well they work together. They have a massive defense here, and it's going to be right now. It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and I think as soon as we get this vault put in place, let's hopefully hop over to a listen in and see how they end up getting set up. We do see a fight starting to happen on the roof, so the vault isn't even put in place. Atelco goes with a nice nade, does do a lot of damage, damages the roof. He's trying to bring his teammate back. He gets Noah back, but both of them are on half health, and he goes down. It does not look good for Noah as he goes down as well and gets wiped.
Yep, ton of cards there. Again, as you said before, if these players on the Scallywags are going to be set up on the high ground first, then that is a problem. But yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, I'd love to hear at least at one point when 2-2-3 are going to be speaking on their comms, just because you can hear how aggressive they are. I know, obviously, we're coming down to the last cash out, so we want to keep it on ourselves, but I'm not too sure what production wants to do here. I need to be told. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that I keep going. But anyway, so we're going to keep it here in the perspective of the Scallywags right now. They have managed to put the C4 down on that cash out as well, so they are going to, again, crawl on the outside of the cash out right now.
Yeah, we do see them getting set up. We see the Scallywags in a nice position. They are all staying really close to each other, so this is a good setup, but they are pretty close to this cash out. So as soon as 223 ends up hopping on here, we are going to see a fight, but I'm not really sure where 223 is at the moment. Hopefully they're coming in maybe below it to try and drop the cash out, but I'm honestly just not sure.
Yeah, exactly. And here we can see the cash out being stolen initially. That C4 has been eaten by the APS here. A winch claw going out as well. The cash out has been stolen. Back in the favor here of 223. Now, Sam, if you can just be patient here with your players in a telco, you can retake the high ground exactly just like this now. The cash out is being counter stolen, but again, these players are being patient here. A bit of nerves here for the Scallywags as they are now on the back foot here. Mesh shield going out, interestingly enough, as well to eat the RPG that just got shot by Sam. Now players driving in. Sam here needs this one for his team. It's back to a 2v2, and now we can see here the revive also comes back out here from Noah. Salvo also down to low HP. It's a battle for health here. The revive comes out. Wallio down to low HP, and it looks like 223 get it back on the board, and that is what we want to see for this French team.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated there. That was great play, and honestly, by the time they respawn, I don't think that the Scallywags have time to get back in it. So this is absolutely what they needed for this match, and I'm really proud that they were able to bring it back together. Do you think that we'll see one last push? They did just respawn.
Comms, production, please can we listen to comms? I'm begging you. Right now, this would be great. I don't think they'll take it, so we're going to hear them being hyped. Can we do it? I'm hoping. I don't think we can. Oh, I would love to hear the...
The opportunity.
It's fine. We'll get back. We'll get back. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure if there was an issue with it, but hey, regardless, okay? Regardless, this is super sick. I know that they're gonna be. Oh, apparently they were just quiet. Well, we know that they're gonna be buzzing, of course, regardless. And thank you, production, as well. I'm sorry for being a little bit rash, with my ADHD brain. However, though, Rio, massive. They are back in this one, and it is a map. 1-1.
Mm-hmm. That's what I wanted to see. I have seen this performance from 223, and this is exactly what I expected. I expected them to, regroup and get back out there after that loss in Sys Horizon, and they played absolutely perfectly. I'm not sure really what the difference between those two maps are, because it seems like they played really similarly, but I think that really what we got to see finally was 223's defensive side, and it seems just as good as the Scallywags. So we've got two really defensive-heavy teams here, and boy, I don't know. I have a feeling this might go all the way to 5 maps just by seeing how these two teams play.
I would love it to go all the way, just because the story behind these two teams as well. Again, we heard from Wallio yesterday about his analogy on how he sees, the way he got to Worlds, right? I mean, he had a big start, finished top of their groups as well. And again, you say the flip side as well for 223. They finished top of Group B. So again, we're seeing some real nice finals gameplay right here in terms of a 3v3 format. And listen, this is huge because... Yeah, sure, you could write Horizon off for 223. If I was a telco right now, I would be telling my players on my team, guys, listen, we have just proven that we can take out players as long as we're all sticking together, we have the right mindset, we're doing the right things. Carry that with you, because again, they have a big chip on their shoulders. They have people that don't want them to succeed, as they said from my words. And, I really hope that when we go into the third map, which is going to be Fortune Stadium, this is going to be a close one.
Absolutely. And I've pointed out before that this is the brand new map, so both teams don't have as much experience on it as a map like Sys Horizon or Vegas. So it could be that we are going to see strategies that have never been seen before, or just the ability for one team to either dominate on it because they might have just been practicing more on it. I don't know. Either way, I'm excited. I personally really like the map. I think it's well designed, and I love the verticality of it as well. So I'm quite excited to see this next map, and I think it's anybody's game at this point, because both teams are probably the closest we've seen in this entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And again, you can see here, this is just some nice plays from the individuals here against Sam, utilizing the RPG to deal that splash damage, the SA-12 being effective as well, and Noah stepping up as well with the model, having some great plays for himself. But here, this model was the problem of why they lost this too. Again, the first cash out, you have to blame the individuals here. As soon as you assign a player to do a job, if you're holding a weapon as strong as the model, especially in this patch, you have to do well with it. These dome shields as well from Sam, just to eat these RPGs, is just insane.
Placed.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well fights, really good fights from both teams, and I don't know, I'm quite impressed by how both teams are playing so far, and I think the Fortune Stadium might be the determining factor. If we get one team, we get 2-2-3 getting a repeat performance of this, I think that they have found their footing, and I think that they might have put Scallywags on notice going forward, but we're just going to have to see. We do have the breakdown if you'd like to go over that.
Oh my word, yeah, look at this. Last game, Noah failed to make an impact, and like I said just a few moments ago, Noah was a player that really impressed me for this one. If I could pick a player MVP per map, my one right here is Noah. Stepped up, combined to use the healing and dealing the damage as well with the model. 12 eliminations just towards Noah's name. But again, let's also look at Telco here as well, and Sam managing to pick up the eliminations for themselves. 11 assists paired between them two. So again, you can kind of see here that these players are playing now more as a unit, right? They might have solved that issue, like I said before. Why was Noah going down? This is your healer. He can't go down first. But now we pair it off to the side of Scallywags, and we have to look at what they did wrong in this map too. Personally, I didn't see them doing that much wrong. I just think that it was just a case of countering from Sam, for example, using the Dome Shield. But you can see here, Salvo on 7 eliminations, Gremlin performing at 3 eliminations, with Wallio at 3 eliminations too. So I don't know. That's the only thing that I saw in the match, is the fact that 223 had gadgets that stopped them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw several dome shields that just absolutely ate rockets, and we just can't not single out the performance from Noah, because he absolutely stepped up. He either was just off of his game and was able to finally get warmed up for this match. I don't know what happened, but you can definitely tell from the amount of assists from his teammates that they were all really on point. At the end of the day, having assists almost is the same as kills, because you are working as a team to get that one person down, and if you can strategically place, like saying, hey, bring their heavy down, bring their medium down, something like that, you can really buy that entrance that you need to finish off the rest of the team. So really great teamwork from 223, and I think that either the comms, and we did listen in for a few seconds, and it seemed quiet, because I think that they're just at a calm state. I don't think that they're hyping themselves up too much. I think that they're just kind of like, this is how we play. And I think keeping a level head is pretty important. You're smiling, so maybe I said something.
Or they were so hyped that they all just passed out, and we're probably gonna have to delay the next match by like 30 minutes. Because either way, I know that if I listen, I've been playing with some French players in my team in previously when I was playing Counter-Strike, and these players have so much passion for the game. And being in a position now where we have the finals, it's a new game, technically it's being brought in towards this esport market. They are such passionate players. And when you have these moments where they can come back into matches, especially, again, kind of sort of reverse sweeping this one as well, which again, they did here on Vegas, it's a massive play. So I don't doubt they were having moments in that match to be super hyped up as well.
Yeah. And that is just kind of the formula of the finals. It is really heart pumping and really just kind of exciting when you hit that perfect team wipe, or you set up the perfect defense, and you just kind of, your strategy works. Like, this is such a dynamic game where even if you are stuck in a corner, it doesn't mean you're safe. It doesn't mean that all of these walls around you are protecting you, because they can just be crumbled down or dematted. And I think that's really where this game shines, is the fact that it just has so much versatility and just like random things that can happen that you just don't see and you can't prepare for. And then it turns into, how well can your team react to some of these things that are happening? And the better teams that can react better, more efficiently, and work as a cohesive unit, they're usually the ones that end up winning. So I love that we have probably some of the best teams playing right now that I've seen, and both teams have really a lot going for them as we load into Fortune Stadium for this next match.
That is right. We've got a game on our hands here. Let us know in the chat how hyped you are for this one. Which team are you repping? Do you think that 223 can keep that momentum going, or was this just a short roadblock here for Scallywags? As you can see here, 223 on the high ground once again here. RPG going out, taking some players down to low HP here again. Telco is going to be a little bit more patient here with the model. They do know that they have tagged down players before, and he is going to be chipping some shots in here as well. Sam going down to low HP, being taken out. That's a trade though from a Telco with the fast model shot back down to a CV3. The revivers also go back up. Wallio also goes down as well, and a Telco wants this match, and he wants it now.
Yeah, that was some violent model shooting from him, and really accurate shots. So he was pretty much the defining force between that fight. And he is going to take this vault and get it entered into A. and they're going to have their team set up perfectly right as the enemy team spawns. So I'm curious, we've seen them in this exact position before. They tend to stay on this top level and then fight it as it tends to drop. So I'm curious to see what 223 are going to do next in this fight.
Yeah, and again, it's just that patience game, really. Just keeping your nerves intact as well, because again, you have, I call it the opposite nerves, right? You have the nerves of not thinking you're good enough, but then you have also nerves where you're playing too good, and you kind of get sidetracked about your mission, about the reason why you're doing things. You get cocky, and you kind of extend beyond the line again. We said before, teams splitting up from each other too, and yeah, I'm hoping that 223 can keep the momentum here.
Yeah, well, not only that, but they've bought a lot of time. Either the Scallywags spawned really far away, or they're taking more of a methodical approach to it. But right now, they're starting to push in, and they are... Cash out is halfway there. Scallywags are really bunched up, and 223 is in a great position. They've got the height advantage, and they're all surrounded by that APS, so anything that comes up, nades or anything, just absolutely get eaten up. Scallywags are starting to demat through. I thought they were going to go through the stairs, but it doesn't look like that way. They're getting on the zip line, getting up to that high level, and now we are going to see the fight, and when both teams end up clashing here, over Cash Out A. Grenade or RPG goes off. We see the winch claw going off on Gremlin, but he did not get it. He is pulling out the RPG, trying to get set up, pulls it back for a moment, gets that APS turret down. Doing some great work with his shotgun. Samco box went down. RPG went off, but Gremlin is down to just a little bit of health. He's trying to make anything happen, and sadly he does get wiped. So 223 will retain control over this Cash Out for the moment.
And you have to really give dividends here to Noah here. You can see where this position is that Sam is. Noah quickly picked up the APS, placed it back down as well. And it's just those small things that Noah is also doing in the camera. We don't see that because, again, obviously all the action's happening. Noah is playing very, very well here as a support player in this situation is the role I would give him. And again, Sam here, using the barricade. That is also a big difference too. Sam has selected the barricade, and that's something I noticed and asked the Telco about. Why is he using that instead?
Yeah, I think it's a great defensive spot. There it goes. Cash Out dropped, and we see Gremlin trying to get that winch claw off. He did get it and get some great shots off with the shotgun, and they are down. So the Scallywags just came in and obliterated 223, but I don't think it's enough time, and they weren't able to get the Cash Out. So really great push from the Scallywags, just timed kind of poorly, but that was due to the wipe as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see here as well, probably not phasing 223. You know, we'd love to see a close map between each other as well. But as soon as you get that first Cash Out, you kind of write them off, especially if, you know, you say, you know, guys, it's fine. We just got eliminated, whatever. But the point of this one now is that Gremlin, Salvo, and Wally have managed to tag Vault 2 here. So we're going to see our first technically defensive plays here from Scallywags.
Yeah, and they are set up in a nice high position, and they're just waiting, looking, trying to get any sign of where 223 is. They're not even going for the vault just yet, but it does look like they might right now. Nope, not just yet. Both teams are just kind of set up. Gremlin finally breaks the glass. He does grab the vault, and I'm betting that they're going to try and take it to C. Yep, they are taking the bounce pad over, but they might run directly into 223 as they do this. I'm sorry, Scallywags, right as they start to move it. But both teams are right on top of this vault. Not sure if any fighting has gotten started just yet, because they are a little bit a ways away, but both teams are playing this pretty conservatively. They know what each team can bring to this fight.
Yep, and here we go. Again, really interesting to see what the comms are here. Look at Noah putting the APS down at the perfect time as well. This is exactly the player you need here, but the players on the other side of the Scallywags will winch Noah in. He's in some trouble now. The model not being effective. Down to a 2v3. It's down to a 3v1 as well. And unfortunately, one more player left here. It's going to be a Telco, I think, and he will have to get eliminated. It's Wallio and Salvo. Thanks to the help as well of Gremlin winching in the problem player right now, which was Noah. Maybe was a communication there to be given to Gremlin to winch that player in. And, hey, Scallywags take the advantage.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to get the vault entered in there, and they're going to be able to get set up. I think that both teams really shine when it comes to defense, so both teams have an uphill battle when they're trying to push into the other side's defensive side. And I think that this Cash Out itself, it also is a really hard one, because it's kind of towards the side of the map. It's in a kind of a barricaded area, and it is easy to set up, but they're not even going for that. They're going for the advantage, the height advantage, and it does look like they're able to cut off the 223 on their advance.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see here from the high ground as well, 223 are going to be patient. That Cash Out has been just over 25% as we speak as well. And their goal right now is to find what 223 are doing. It is currently going to be potentially put back in the hands here of 223 if they're not careful. And they have noticed that from the low ground here, it's going to be a steal potentially happening right now if they can hold it off. Sam is actually kind of confused. He's wondering why they haven't managed to do anything. The winch claw going back out as well. No steal, surprisingly enough, though. And they have to back off now. That winch claw and I think it was the jump pad combo has moved Cash Out C a little bit further away from them now. They will have to try again for a second attempt here. And this time, Scallywags will be prepared for it.
Yeah, they've got to make their push right now, and it does look like they are in great... Oh my god, great rocket goes off. We see the winch claw going off as well. Salvo goes down from Sam Quabox. He is just chasing these other players, trying to get any more damage off. He does get Gremlin down. It's down to Telco, down to a little bit of health. And he's trying to scram, is trying to get Noah back up there. Telco is taking damage in the meantime, and they just have to buy a little bit of time and get this cash out stolen. There it goes. There's a nice another kill from on Salvo. Salvo goes down, but honestly, 223 has got to make a move right now.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's going to be stolen. To be fair, it might just be put in the hands here of 223. And again, hopefully if we get the comms there as well, to hear what they say at the match ending, I think that it's going to be all done and dusted for them.
Yeah, they've done it. They have really started to come back, and I'm quite
nice. Because they've been telling me how hyped they were. So I'm not too sure there. I really don't think they're being quiet here. I'm not too sure if it's like a song on the side, but no, it's fine. It is what it is. We know now. We've tried it a few times. We know now though that hey, Fortune Stadium goes back in the hands here of 223 pretty convincingly.
Yeah, pretty convincingly is absolutely right. And it just felt like the Scallywags just couldn't get a hold of it. Like they were trying, they pushed into these fights and they just, I don't know, couldn't get a hold like they did in the very first match. So now it's leaning towards 223 and it's the Scallywags that have the uphill battle and they have to make something happen. They have to make some changes because they've now just lost 2 maps pretty convincingly to 223. And at the same time, 223 has just got to keep their steam and stamina going because they're doing great at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Fortune Stadium being put back into the hands of 223 as well, I think it is something that I said to you before, the warning sign, right? Mm-hmm. I did say that if Horizon was in the hands of 223, they would have the ability to go ahead and take this momentum into Vegas. Mm-hmm. But now that Vegas is in the hands of 223, that's done and dusted. Now that Fortune Stadium is in the hands of 223, that's done and dusted. Is this the snowball that does allow these players as a team to kind of keep that going? Because again, the next map is Skyway Stadium now, right? Mm-hmm. And Skyway Stadium is a bit of a different scenario. Again, Fortune Stadium has a lot more of that verticality. Mm-hmm. You do have some of it in Skyway Stadium. It's more open map, of course. Yep. But in this situation here, they're going to have to probably play this a little bit differently. And I actually think that Scallywags is favored on Skyway Stadium personally.
Really? Okay. I just think that 223 has a lot of momentum going. I think that they are hyped. You know, we didn't hear it in the listen in, but production is telling us that they were actually pretty hyped. So I have a feeling that this is it. This is what 223 needed, and I don't know. I have a good feeling that this might be the map that they end up taking. So we will just have to see. And Skyway Stadium is going to be such a different map than what we've seen because we even have variations that we don't have in these last 2 maps that we haven't gotten yet. So we could get suspended structures, we could get under construction, we could get just a lot of different variations going forward that will change up the gameplay just a little bit.
Yeah, and Atelco here and Noah playing very, very well here with the models, of course. And you can just see here the excellence of these players. And again, kind of the organization of 223 as a unit here, moving around the cash outs, dancing around it, but making sure that they're not getting themselves too exposed here. Again, you can see as well Gremlin stepping up a few times, but it wasn't enough for Scallywags to get in. It was just a bit too late, and especially it kind of echoed for the rest of it. Scallywags won the fights that didn't necessarily matter that much, and that's something that I've said before, is if you're not paying attention to your defense, and a few times that it wasn't, 223 are going to take you over.
Yeah, but let's take a look at this match breakdown of the scores, because wow, they are really, really close. Just looking at Wally on Scallywags with 5 kills, 5 assists, and then comparing that to Atelco on the opposite side with 5 kills as well. It does look like they both got 1 res as well on that. So these 2 teams are very well matched against each other, even just going down to Gremlin, 4 kills, and then Sam Quabox, 4 kills as well. You know, the only difference here is Salvo and Noah with 1 kill difference, but honestly, it doesn't really say anything to me other than these 2 teams are really well matched. And I don't know. This next one could go the way of Scallywags, as you're predicting, but at the same time, I just have a good feeling about 2-2-3 and their composition and their momentum at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. When you have a team that has a lot of synergy, you've been playing together for a long time, these things, especially snowballing, can just really enhance that effect overall as well. Again, Skyway Stadium is going to be a bit of an interesting one. I'm pretty sure it was Scallywags. So this is, I think, 2-2-3's pick, Skyway Stadium, right?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. And then if we could, I don't know if production could maybe show us. Oh, thank you, production. This is awesome. Yeah, so Skyway Stadium here, 2-2-3's pick. So again, that is in their favor as well. And we might be seeing Rio, that Seoul that we wanted to potentially see as well, if Scallywags can overcome them.
I would love to see it. I think that if there's ever a bracket that's going to make it all the way, this is going to be it. We've seen in the the scoreboards and everything that both of these teams can really show up and surprise us, I think. And I think that really, I don't know, going forward in this next match, I want to see Gremlin kind of step up a little bit. I think that he is more of a powerhouse than we're letting on to, and I think that he just hasn't really shown up in these last two matches. So I'm hoping that they're able to pivot off of what they've learned in these last few matches and just make some changes, and let's see it. I want to go to map 5. Come on, guys, let's make it happen.
That is right. And as you guys are just tuning in potentially, we do have 2 maps in the favor of 2-2-3, 1 map in the hand of Scallywags. If 2-2-3 wins this, they will advance forward into the grand finals. Let me know in the chat who you are supporting, what team you are thinking will win this EU versus NA in the first fight happening right here. Already a winch claw going off there as well. It's Sam who goes down to 3 bars for that model being affected there for Noah, and it's an instantly quick wipe there. Scallywags go down.
Yeah. That was right off the bat. Seems like both teams are really primed and just ready. They're not going to play this conservatively. They just jumped right into that, and Scallywags unfortunately got wiped. So this is kind of leading more towards, I think that 2-2-3 is just pumped. And if they can take this momentum and keep it going, I don't think Scallywags stand a chance. But we'll have to see them set up. We see that 2-2-3 is standing around the vault. We do have the elevated... I'm drawing a blank on what mode this is. This is the middle of the map is raised up. And it's a nice variation of it because it does make the fighting happening kind of in a more central area and a little bit spread out more once it goes off. High Rise, that's the name. I am remembering that now.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was zoned out. My bad. I didn't really with me my question. Sorry. Sorry, man. I was basically in my head here. I'm just thinking why they're moving away from the Vault 1 because they could easily have just taken the Vault 1 towards A. And I'm just kind of trying to understand like why a Telcos did this because I know they might want to go to cash out A, but I was thinking why not go to cash out B, right? This is just what I'm trying to solve right now.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams are playing it a little slow. I felt like that first clash was going to, dictate the speed of this, but we are seeing a lot of fighting happening just over, the rooftops, and we've pointed this out time and time again that these fights are pretty inconsequential. It's both teams just kind of sizing each other up, but I take it back. Looks like the Scallywags were able to get the throw in, and it is on A, so it's in a really open area, a lot of potential to drop it, but both teams are just kind of fighting over this rooftop, and it's not the great strategy. One team needs to make a move because they're just eating up time on both sides of this fight.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm hoping for here is potentially a dive-in exactly with that. The jump pad here. Gremlin opting to go towards the left side. They do have the lower of the high grounds, and he is separated right now. Gremlin's in trouble. The jump pad goes up. He's only down to 100 HP. Being healed, though, by Salvo, who do manage to scrap some health together, but charging in, driving in was Noah. Goes down to Gremlin's first elimination. Gremlin going huge here with the SA-12 shotgun. His teammates also fall 2-3. Below the feet, the coins splash across the arena here on the map. And there is going to be back in the hands here of Scallywags. Again, Skyway Stadium being a bit of a surprising factor here. They do want to play the high ground cash out Avrio, but it just didn't go their way. Yeah,
and honestly, there was such a bad move for the 2-2-3 to push in to that hallway with Gremlin right there with the shotgun. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. He just took shot after shot, and damage just went rain down on them. So not the best move. You shouldn't have followed him. You should have let him go and run away, but it does look like Scallywags will take control of this cash out, and they've got to defend it for one more push from 2-2-3 as they start to make their advance. We see that who's that, a Telco just setting up right below. I think they're going to try and drop it below, but they are trying to make some damage happen. We see the DMAT going off inside this building. A lot of explosions going off. Noah is down. Sam Box is down. He does Telco brings Noah back. He is not in a good position. He gets one shot off before he dies. It's down to just Wally. He does get the res, and it does look like they are able to get this team wipe. Wow, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where you could kind of call that it was a misplay for 223 to dive in and try and get the elimination onto Gremlin and Salvo, who was down to low HP. You can obviously say to myself, yeah, well, Thix, you know, they were on the ones that didn't have the advantage. 223 had the health. But again, when you're playing up against the weapons, such as the model, for example, if you're caught off guard and you have players like Gremlin who are able to handle the pressure, you're in a lot of trouble and you cannot make a mistake here. And again, I just think that was a bit of a misplay here from 223 to go and lose their high ground position.
Yeah, and I think that we're getting into a great position that we'd love to have a listen in for either 223 or Scallywags. So production, if you're able to make that happen, we're getting into a new vault fight. I think that would be a great chance to just hear what's going on. But until we get that tapped in, we do see that Noah X is grabbing that red barrel, tries to go for a fight. Both teams throw down the dome shield, getting some great pop shots from Noah. He gets Salvo down, gets another kill, and he is able to get Gremlin down. His whole team is up, and I believe it's 2v1, 3v1 at this point. Shotguns are going off. Salvo is down again. Telco is down as well. Noah is down to 58 health, and he is just trying to make anything happen. Ooh, great shot on Wally. Brings him down and does get the wipe on the Scallywags. Let's do it.
Okay. This isn't an awful spawn. Hotel's rough. Okay, let's go left. I'm gonna pad up, okay?
Yep. They might be on top hotel.
Yeah, they are. They're looking. They have a glitch.
Do we want to pad?
Let's get aggro, yes.
Pad. Pad right?
Awesome there. Thank you so much, production. And that is the communication from Scallywags, who are the ones having to attack right now. Again, it's 223 on defense right here. They are trying to get back in the hands of this cash out to bring it back to a 1-to-1. Glitch barrel going in effectively. The APS, for some reason, didn't stop it. And it's Sam going in here. Wallio goes down to a 2v2. And now it's Noax here trying to get the eliminations back. He's trying to also get the defib back up. Is successful. Telco goes back up on his feet here. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's back down to a 2v1, if I'm not sure. But it is going to be Sam who has unfortunately fell, and now Noah is playing the finding game here. All players back up. Sam has coin back in. We'll have to take some time to get back into the action. And again, Telco here is desperately trying to find out where these players are, Rio.
Yeah, I don't know if he has time to find them. I mean, because the cash out is just running out of time, and it does look like Telco is in a great position to just hold off any last push. We are running low on time, and honestly, 223 is in a great position for this cash out. I think that we're going to go down to the last one. It does look like Gremlin's trying to get some shots off. Great job getting Sam Kabox, but he is down to the last person remaining. He is trying to get that trophy and get his teammate rezzed, but he's right underneath the enemy team, so it is not the best positioning. They are climbing up, continuing the fight. One of them goes down. Gremlin's at very low health. He's trying to make something happen. He does get a Telco down, but he goes down as well, and they get the wipe. And so 223 will get this cash out. Oh, even the emote. Sam.
Oh.
Good
That
shot.
is crazy. Yeah, you can tell they're starting to feel themselves now, 223. If they're starting the emotes, you know that they are getting back into this one as well. And hey, I would love to obviously kind of hear the perspective of 223 as we go towards the next vault. I kind of wait for my confirmation there. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think that they're being a little bit more cautious now, and I think that's favoring 223. We saw the first fight was a bit unfortunate going against them, and they were just a bit too rash in their decision making here. So much better.
Yeah, and we are going to come down to this last vault. Both teams are set up from each other, really spread out. We're going to see basically the rooftop fights again. I'm not sure that this is really going to go anywhere other than both teams just trying to prove that, hey, I can take control of this vault. And it does look like the tap goes off from 223, and they are in the more, I don't know, perfect position for them to take this vault and probably run over to, what is that, B? I think the B would be the perfect spot for them, and they wouldn't even have to fight the Scallywags. But it's still going on. Everybody's shooting shotguns at a long distance. Some people are taking half health. Really not the fight that we want to see. We just want them to kind of get this vault and enter it into B or D.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a listen here for 223. I'm not too sure again if we can do that. Again, that vault is being moved over as well. And we're ready for the listening.
On drop instant.
Vas-y, go, on y va.
Vas-y. Sur moi. Grave,
J'ai mort, encore, j'ai pas de pad.
J'ai rien. On campe le body, on attend un peu.
Je vais vers 3 un peu.
Go aller sur 3.
C'est bon, j'ai. Venez, t'as un pad ou pas?
Non, j'ai rien, gros.
Ok, tranquille. Go rester un peu sur le corps.
On reste à côté du body. Deuxième étage.
Je les nade.
Ok.
Je mets un pas sur moi, reviens.
Je suis avec Sam, Je suis avec Sam.
Les push.
Attention C4.
Ouais.
Attention.
Ils sont deuxième étage, je
Ok,
crois.
venez
Chill.
vers moi.
Go, chill.
Et je mets un pad ici, on va y aller.
Go reset. On va sur le point directement?
Ouais, go sur le point.
Allez les gars.
Je fais une wax là aussi.
Thank you so much, production. That is, Rio, that is a lot of passion.
Yeah, they are hyped. They have a lot of emotion going on this, and you can see why. Fighting is happening inside this tiny little area. A lot of shotguns going off, a lot of reses as well. Hard to tell who's shooting who, but it does look like Gremlin gets away from there with just a little bit of health, and it does look like 223 will have the dominating force on this cash out. And you know, they just got to hold it a little bit longer, and that's it. They win. This is really, really critical for the Scallywags to make something happen absolutely right now.
Just dropping in there as well last second, Rio.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they basically, the cash out's going to be halfway there by the time they make this last push. So I don't know.
I just want to say, I love the fact that they've also moved that cash out D outside of this building as well. And Rio, it's all or nothing right now, okay? We have this final cash out here. This could bring 223 towards the victory as well. The players now trying to get the high ground from distance as well. Salio, Wooly, and Gremlin against the might of 223 on the rooftops here. That cash out D is moving just past at 50% as well. These players will want to hold on for the rest of their life right now. And again, driving in. Here is Salvo from an angle, and Salvo's on his own. He's spotted himself in trouble, down to 68. No. He falls. It's down to a 3v2, down to a 2v2. Noah's also down as well. It's Sam Wicks throwing in, and it might be Scallywags, Rio, taking it back.
Yeah, I don't know what 223 did wrong there. They kind of got separated and then chased down. They might have one last good dive on it, but as you mentioned, it has been bounced and is out on the open. Even more so, dragged over there by Gremlin to the edge of the map. And that is going to be a very difficult challenge if 223 is even able to push in. But yeah, timing-wise, I don't think so. I think this is going to go to the Scallywags, and it will bring us to map 5. Oh my god.
Rio, the emote jinx did it. Oh, no. Exactly. The cash out goes flying across the arena as well, as we just saw there. And the Scallywags getting the money back on. It's down to map 5, guys. This is going the distance here. And a big statement for Scallywags to claw their way back into this one. People probably wrote them off for the last cash out too, Rio. There was 50% of the cash out left. Even 2-3, they had the high ground, Rio. How did they lose that?
They just got separated at the worst time. I mean, it really just, they got separated. And then one of them went down, and then they tried to res, and then it was just panic. And boy, they really, really dropped the ball there. They had it out in the open. They had every opportunity to make this work. And then, yeah, just splitting up your team is super detrimental in a team game like this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I think that you could obviously argue and say, well, Thix, you're talking in hindsight. That's fine. That's why I'm here. I'm just doing analysis on plays. I don't think it was the right idea for 2-2-3 to drop there and go for that elimination. Maybe, you know, we could break it down and see each player's perspective so I can see what went wrong. Because, sure, you can say to me, yeah, but Thix, Salvo was down to low HP. That's a perfect time to dive on him. But we saw that strategy play out in the first cash out and it didn't work. So it's something disjointed is happening here for 2-2-3. And it's a big problem because now we're going to go into Seoul. Seoul, you cannot make mistakes. The spawns on Seoul are very, very harsh. And if, for example, they're set up on the med station, on the med building, you know the big problem with that. That's going to be a huge part.
Yeah, and you know, I'm so happy that I predicted that both of these teams would make it to map 5 because I had a feeling that these teams would bring. Oh yeah, and look at this. There's that shot where I was saying everybody was getting shot, fish in a barrel. Gremlin did great to bring that back. But yeah, I don't know. I really believe that if it is anybody's game and whoever team you're rooting for, root for them harder because this next map is going to be an absolute bloodbath and decider of who takes it and goes on to the finale. The stakes are so high. The money is there. The incentive to win You know, both teams are hyped. We had those listens and you could hear the stress, the chaos, everything that was happening between these teams. Look at this fight. This is an amazing example of just the utter chaos of what can happen in this game. So I am beyond pumped. I am excited. I don't know who is going to take it. I think that both teams really have something coming for them in this next match.
Yeah, exactly. And the next one is going to be on Seoul. And interestingly enough, we haven't actually seen anyone play Seoul apart from Frog 3, right? Because they played Seoul against Holtol. And, you know, we kind of saw what people mainly do on that map is they play central to the map zone here. But anyway, let's quickly go back for 1 second and take a look at Skyway Stadium here. The breakdown of what happened, Rio. And you can see both both teams did put in their shift. We don't see anyone that stands out here, for example, in terms of kills that might have been slacking. We also see the revives here as well. 7 revives from a Telco individually himself too. Sure, Scallywags had the less revives as well, but I mean, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, I see both teams that are really kind of out for blood because you see the amount of kills, even from Noah, you know, going back to those 12 kills and then Gremlin on the other side of it getting 10. Both teams are really kind of fighting and giving everything that they have. We remind everybody that this has been going on for months. They've made their way here, so there's a lot of blood pumping, a lot of, you know, high heart rates going on for both of these teams, and really good kills for both of them. I think that this is why I keep reiterating that this next map is anybody's game. So get pumped, get excited, because it's going to be just unbelievable.
Yeah, but this is why I said to you before we went into Skyway Stadium that I favored Scallywags, because one of the problems was, as that I said, as soon as you kind of get stretched out of your positioning and you make that mistake, you step a little bit too far off of your line, especially when you're on defense, it is a massive problem. And Scallywags took that win on Skyway Stadium. Now you have an even bigger problem. Okay, we have Seoul, right? And I think that Seoul as an individual for a map is one of those ones that, depending on the modifier, if it's in construction, that's also a huge task as well that could go against them. And Seoul is the decider. So none of these players pick Seoul themselves. So another question you could ask yourself if you're watching at home is, well, how much homework have these teams done on Seoul specifically? Because each map has its own little niche. It has something about it that's a little bit different. Seoul, for example, is very dependent on its spawns and the placements of cash outs. You can't manipulate it as hard versus like other maps, for example, like Horizon. There is obviously when you do have modifiers like moving platforms, you can do the goo on towards Green Bridge on Seoul. That's another one where you can put it out in the open. You can play from the high ground, but it just depends on what type of modifier that we will see going into this one as well. And that's also a huge ask.
Yeah. So the map can change very drastically and their playstyles because of it. And one thing to point out for Seoul is that it has a really unique area, and that's the hospital zone. And that is basically what makes it unique is that it's separated by a sky bridge and just kind of a rooftop. So what teams tend to do is they tend to drop the crane and drop the sky bridge that we're looking at right now, so that it forces one lane of combat to happen on this map. And if you are defending the cash out on that spot, it makes it where you are in a secure position. And yeah, so anything will happen. It does look like we get the under construction variant. So we have a lot of elevated structures. We have more cranes going on. And honestly, it's just going to add to the utter chaos of this map.
That is right. You should all get hyped here at home. We're on towards map 5. We have Scallywags versus 223. This game has come down to a gridlock position. And again, whoever you're watching is supporting the French side or the North America side, get ready because this one is going to be an absolute brawl here. From the high ground right now, we have Scallywags. Look at this as well. We have the FAMAS in the hands here of Salvo, who eliminates Noah straight away. But going down from the low ground is Sam, who also falls as well. And it looks like a strong initial impression here for Scallywags.
Yeah, that was a great push. And I mean, defensive side, I'm not sure why 223 decided to jump up there, and they really put themselves in a bad position because then the Scallywags ended up capitalizing on what just happened there. And, you know, in a fight like this, in a map like this, it's not what you want. We do see the bounce pad.
Rio, the FAMAS.
Yeah,
I love Rio.
I love that they bring that to FAMAS. It's one of my favorite weapons for a medium to use, and it can be really effective if it's done well. So they are going to get that spawn in the hospital in pretty much one of the hardest bets to push that I was just talking about. I think they're going to try and drop the sky bridge if they have time. But we do see both teams are already getting ready for a clash on B.
Yeah, high ground here. You can see Noah driving in here with his teammates. Again, they are playing this a bit more rash here. He has spotted out one of the players, but goes in towards the dome as well. And there it is. Noah getting the elimination to Gremlin. Goes down to low HP. Noah can get the second, but it is going to be Sam to take it back up into a 2v3 now. Revive's coming back out. It's now a 3v1, if I'm not mistaken. And it is going to be Scallywags here under some pressure, and it is Salvo running away here on 1 bar of HP. And Salvo decides to jump off the map there, and it is going to be a wipe.
Yep, so this will change hands, and it will go in the favor of 2-2-3, and now they've got the defensive advantage, and honestly, with a spawn, depending on where they spawn, this can be really hard, and as we see, they're going to the high ground, they're making sure that no access is there. I'm not sure if the sky bridge is still around. It is, so they haven't dropped it, so the Scallywags do have more than one way of getting there, but we're going to switch over here for just a second to hear the Scallywags, as there's the sky bridge, the Scallywags, as they make their advance onto Cash Out B.
Alright.
Good drop. D-Mat on money. D-Mat on money. Wally, come here. They're gonna be under, I think.
They're gonna be under? Alright.
I'm winched.
Atalco dead. Atalco dead.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Last. It's a heavy. It's a heavy.
Oh no.
Go.
Fib.
Red.
He dropped. Steal.
No. Stay up with Salvo.
Oh.
Okay, it's fine. That was res me.
You take it.
What an amazing steal that we just saw happen there, and oh my god, the fighting is still going on. It does look like the Scallywags will be able to get it, but Atelco goes for a nice little dive. He tries to get it, and is he going to be able to get the steal? The D-Mat goes off. They tried to bounce it, but it did not work for them, and it does look like the Scallywags were able to take that in the end. Oh no, I'm sorry, that is 2-2-3 was able to take it. They are in orange.
Yeah.
And Scallywags is in pink.
That was a steal. Exactly. This is insane. I'm actually just shocked of what we just saw there. So basically it was the reverse plays, and again we could obviously talk about this fight happening right now. I don't think that's important. I want to break down to the viewer quickly what just happened. So you had these players have the correct spawn to drive in and get the momentum to steal the cash out in the first place, but Atelco going in there, holding the cash out, the jump pad allowed Atelco to still hold the steal. It didn't bounce the cash out, Rio.
Yeah, no, and they tried, they just missed it by just a little tiny bit. So, you know, that's what happens. You have to be really precise with this. It does look like the Scallywags were able to pull off another team wipe here. So they will be, more preferred for the next vault as it comes up, Vault 2.
Yeah. Exactly. This is insane. Yes, it said stay alive. I think it was 1 HP as well. They couldn't even stop the steal. So yeah, that was actually insane. Again, we hopefully see the replays for that later on as we get to the end of this match. But hey, first of all, we have the point here in the hands, and now this could be it. It could all go down to this.
Yep,
Rio.
And somebody in chat said that wasn't a steal, that was a robbery, and I absolutely agree.
Hey, you should come take my job. That was a better way to explain it. But yeah, no, 100%. 2-2-3 taking that is just absolutely insane. And now we have, again, real pressure here for the Scallywags. They have, again, the low ground here against them. You can see, again, the high ground here of 2-2-3 is going to be a lot more preferred. But Scallywags have the vault in their hands, and they have a massive wish on their shoulder. They have a dream on their shoulder, Rio. This is coming to the grand finals. It all comes down to this one. No more mistakes can be made here. No more excuses, and all the words have been spoken.
Absolutely, and just pointing out, we do have orbital lasers going on, so no team can stand still for more than a second, or a big giant laser comes down. As we did see, it did cause a little chaos on their APS turret for Noah, but they are in a good spot. Both teams are kind of fighting this, sky-top fight, but we do see that they are starting to push. Scallywags are going in, and they're getting some great shots off. While he goes down, it is down to just Noah. Can he survive long enough? He is trying to get any shots he can, bring his team back, but he did not, and 2-2-3 does get wiped by the Scallywags in that fight there. And it does look like the Scallywags will take Vault 2 and get it started. Oh, he goes for the throw, but not good enough. It does look like they're going to try and get C started for this cash out.
Exactly, and since April, Breakout started here. A long journey for these players. A lot of doubts potentially going through them. And again, decisions to be made of what they can do, how they can improve. And it all comes down to the test of time here. The very last potential cash out if 2-2-3 take it, Rio. And again, the high ground here of Scallywags are on the crane.
Yeah, and Scallywags is in a great position. That crane gives you the ultimate high ground. In fact, normally it's the strategy is to drop that immediately so that you don't have a team set up where they are, because it just makes it such a hard push for 2-2-3. Yeah, there we go. There's the red barrels going off, and they do drop the crane. It does force the Scallywags to jump off of it, but they are in still a good position. Their cash out is counting down, and we don't see any combat going off just yet. They're kind of staying in the back burner of this and just waiting for anything to pop off. We see the Gremlin pushing in. He has that dome shield in hand, ready to drop it down at a moment's notice. The APS turret is set up by the 2-2-3 as they're trying to go for the steal. The cash out gets winched away right from underneath them. Gremlin is down to low health. Wally is the last remaining person. He does get Samco Box, but he goes down as well. So this steal will happen. And yeah.
And it's a massive play there from 2-2-3. They bring it back in the hands as well. Cash out now just above 50%, Rio. This is insane. This can bring them through. The Scallywags can be knocked out here. I have not seen this happen right now. To be in the situation where you have to jump up and spawn, go for an instant steal. This is going to go down to the absolute wire. There will be one final chance here for the Scallywags, and it is now or never. You can see them here on the low ground. They have a good spawn as well. Again, everything could be resting here on the shoulders of 2-2-3. They're driving in. Gadgets and abilities flying across here as well. It's Salvo going in with the FAMAS from long range. He manages to get one of the players low, and it is going to be an elimination here. A Telco goes down. The cash out can be stolen. Players are going to have to go in here. But look at Gremlin down to low HP and take it out as well. And again, the revives are coming back up here as well. And it might just be, if no one could get it in time, they're still coming back for Scallywags to qualify them through. It's the Scallywags coming out of nowhere. Again, the spawn on Seoul brings Scallywags the victory, the 1-1 to come back into this one. And now one final steal is the potential for Scallywags, Rio. This is insane. It is the actual knife point end of wire.
Both teams have absolutely just got to get this. This is insane. We came 5 maps all the way down to this last cash out, and this is going to be a decider right here. I think that whoever gets this cash out entered in might have the advantage just because of the way Seoul is, and right now it's just not looking good I shouldn't say it's not looking good. It's looking great for both teams, and I just don't know who's going to end up taking this in the end. But I am excited. We see the advance starting to happen from Samco Box and his team as they push in. A lot of fighting happening over Vault 3. Whoever takes this is going to have the slight advantage going forward to get set up on their defenses. Salvo down to very low health. He switched over to Healing Beam instead of that FAMAS. They are all set up on the staircase. Throw the APS down. They are getting charged. That Winch Claw goes off, and Metelko is down as their last person, 30 HP, and he sadly does get wiped. And Gremlin is the last remaining member, and he is just trying to make sure that the Scallywags can get this Vault 3 and get it entered.
Yeah, exactly. And I just wanted to talk about that last fight too. That I think there's no excuse there for 2-2-3. They shouldn't be losing a cash out like that. A Telco here taking free damage from long range against Salvo's FAMAS as well. Again, we've seen the FAMAS start to be utilized a bit more because that rifle is the longest range damage rifle in the game right now, again, against the AK or FAMAS. So, or FGAR. So I really think that a Telco was one of the issues here in this fight. Now this is time for these teams to lock in. You cannot make any mistakes right now. When you get a listen into 2-2-3 at the perfect time as well.
Et de ce côté là.
Du coup, je perds mon grappin.
Il y a toujours les trucs là, tire vers nous. Et tu vas mettre des barricades.
Et mettre le truc là.
Ah, je peux pas encore, j'ai plus. Vas-y, mais tu peux mettre des barricades ou autre. Je fais une démat derrière nous. Derrière.
Oh.
Bah, mort.
And that was a quick listen in from 2-2-3. You can really hear the chaos that's going off inside of it. Noah is trying to get some shots off. He's getting work with that model, but he is missing some really crucial shots. He's not getting the Scallywags down just as much as they needed. Scallywags down to their last member. It looks like they get the res, but they do get wiped. So 2-2-3 is going to have the advantage going into this final cash out. And honestly, I don't think it's looking good for the Scallywags.
Are you a believer, Rio, in 2-2-3?
I am a believer in 2-2-3. They were my pick, so I'm really rooting for them, and they just have to have really good defenses for this last push.
Yep, it all comes down to this. Who will qualify in towards the grand finals for the $2,000 pool here for Breakout Worlds 2024? And here it is, Salvo, Wallio, and Gremlin on the attack here. Players on defense for 2-2-3 under pressure. It's Gremlin driving in with the Winch Claw. He has managed to get the first damage down. He's only on 2 HP as well. It's Noax who falls. Now a Telco under pressure from the high ground. ground. It's Salvo using the FAMAS as well to his ability, and the steal happens. It looks like it might just be all done and dusted. It's a Talco versus the world, and it's Scallywags qualifying through into the finals.
Oh my god, what just happened? 223 had the perfect setup. They had defenses and everything that they needed, but they just let the Scallywags come through. I'm shocked, but that's how it plays out. There was nothing that they could do. They went for that perfect steal and nobody was around. Well, I am speechless. And Scallywags ended up taking it. My god.
Yeah. Again, I don't understand why the high ground was given up there. You could say to me that, hey, Thix, the reason why 223 was hiding from Scallywags was because, that's the better strategy to do. They burst on them when they don't expect it. But Scallywags had some time to play around with here. It wasn't like they had to be desperate like the last cash out we saw. But again, there was no excuse for 223 to lose that last cash out. Now, for this one specifically, we saw, mind you, again, on Seoul, what happened with Holtol's Finest and Frog. Holtol's Finest opted to not take the high ground, and they hid. What happened? Well, that allowed Frog to go through and take out Holtol's Finest. Now you translate it onto this game with 223, the same thing. They lose the high ground to go for the hiding, bursting, catch people off guard. It doesn't work out, and it's very frustrating to see. Separates the players as well, but you have to give it to Scallywags here, though. What a performance put up for them, and what a great final match for both sides of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, we made it 5 matches. Both teams showed that they really, really had really strong power coming into this. They were really well composed, and I'm honestly still in shock. I thought that 223 had this. I thought that they had this in the last map, and they made basically the same mistake again. So I'm hoping that 223, you go back through these VODs, you learn and see what you did wrong in these situations, because you guys are just such strong players that this shouldn't be happening. I think that you guys can come back, and I'm certain that we will see y'all in 2025 going forward in these next matches. These next tournaments.
This has made me very excited, by the way, for 2025. I think that we have seen just the starting points of some incredible teams. Again, shout out to the French scene as well, coming through to the finals. And again, this replay here will just kind of show you those of each individual player's excellence here. But you have to give it to Salvo, being very ballsy again, switching up using the FAMAS, playing out of the norm. Maybe it was something up his sleeve this whole time as well. But just really, my personal bias here was that I actually thought 223 had the better of Scallywags in most of these fights. Again, you saw this incredible steal right here as well. Last second, or attempt to steal last second, was just insane. And the thing is, it's just, again, frustration here for 223. I don't think there was any excuse to lose that second cash out, but it's done and dusted, and we now have the grand finals of NA versus NA.
Yeah, we have Berts versus the Scallywags. There's no more EU teams. This is amazing. NA has somehow proved themselves as being a staying force in the finals competitive scene, and yeah, you gotta love it. I am beyond thrilled for these next matches, because it is going to be just a insane matchup between these two teams. But let's take a quick look at the final scoreboard, and wow, I feel like I'm looking at a mirror image on both sides. You can see that both teams really fought hard, and let's just look at this real quick. So Salvo with 9 kills, followed on the other side of Telco with 9 kills as well. Gremlin following behind that with 8, and then Samkobox with 8 as well. And then finally, Wally on 8 kills for the Scallywags, and Noah on 5 kills for 223. So maybe we have seen this before, where it was that Noah needed to step up just a little bit more. We've seen that he's a real powerhouse. In this one, he's running under a 1-0 KD, so this might have been their weak point, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really analyze these two teams, because they are just so closely matched.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't necessarily put it on the individual players, just for this one in particular. The only thing that I could say is that for some reason there was a play for the last cash out that 223 should have had, where a Telco was on the jump pad mid-air, and he basically took 3 damage thanks to Salvo's FAMAS choice there as well. Again, that wouldn't have happened if Salvo was playing the model. So this is an incredible kind of switch up, a mix up in these plays, and it just shows you the kind of making these big decisions. Again, we did see that earlier as well with Burts and F3, right, where we had a sledgehammer winch go into factor. You wouldn't expect that in a semi-final, but Salvo here really showing again the improvement that I've wanted to see from yesterday as well. And I just much love to 223, because I think these are just an incredible set of players, and I really think that they are a team to be reckoned with, to be scared of coming into 2025. Yeah. So much love to 223.
Yep, absolutely, guys, and I am excited to see y'all continue as well. But that's it. It is set up. We now have Bert's against the Scallywags, and this is going to be it for me. I am going to be heading off, and we are going to be swapping in Jerry, and Jerry and Thix will be casting the last few matches. So it's been a great honor for all of you, or for me, to cast to all of you guys. I appreciate all the comments in chat, and thank you guys for just listening to me. So I will catch y'all again in 2025 as we move forward with this esports scene for the finals. But thank you guys again, and I am headed off, and you guys are coming up with the Scallywags and Berts. I am beyond excited, and thanks again for casting with me. I will catch you guys around. Have a good one.
Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second bell. Where the f is it? They should have had them 2 bells ready. Spin shine for me.
Yeah. Head up in the clouds, dog, they saying I look stressed. I've been feeling down, pray to God that I'm up next. Remember when she blew me off, that's why I can't text. Now she call me petty, but I swear I can't forget. This ain't a test. Now they saying that I ball like Jerry West. Coming back for what is mine, can't take no less. I said go and take a shot, so I need your best. And stop the threats, don't know what is in me. I don't got time, I'm not giving the energy. Too many people around me, I'm finicky. I do not mess with you, dog, you're not kidding me. You don't got way too close. I've been up at the top now, so they all wait for the landslide. I seen too many people that switched up, whose man's high. Through it all, I stay the same, I swear to God, I can't lie. Been down so damn low that I came up for my life. They talk way too much on the internet, it's not real life. I swear my fam waiting, I can't lose, and I'm still right. Still right, I swear that I'm working, I'm up till like midnight. It's real life, I got a time and I'm coming to get mine. In time, I cannot lose and I'm coming right inside. I'm in my, yeah.
Seeing victory, we ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? honest ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out to protect the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles. That's fake, then I'm between love and strong. Hey, clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God.
alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, dope. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
These brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so on, move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beaters alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
I got that B, she got that G, but she ain't know the way. She knew my face, she heard my name, pulled up and caught the wave. I'm feeling lonely, so I hope she stay. I'm confident when I'm drinking Ray. I hope you get a taste. Despite being a stereotype, I'm up on the hype. These niggas, they coming around, they tryna just fuck with my vibe. Playboy like my name was Carty. All my black Barbies, they come around all on me. It's like I got on me. Child, leaving them beaters alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me, with a squeeze.
I'm getting hyped, bitch.
crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that I can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, call me and I'm gon' slide. Slide up with me for a hell of a ride. You need a couple wins, they ain't doing it right. Hit up my line, we gon' turn up the night. I got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the unplay.
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Look, I don't take no loss, it's simple. I'm a stand-up guy, want 10 toes. Looking in the mirror, who better than me? Got their hands high, tell them that I'm out of their reach. I know I want a few M's, so I'm up, making it happen. To the neck laughing. Look, took a few L's, but now I'm way up. You should see they reaction. Whoa, got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the unplay.
On to the next one. 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 To the next one.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. I got a ball, I told them I'm here, I'm not waiting for y'all. They hit my phone, but I ignore the call. I got the drive and I see that they stall. I bought a whip and I paid it in cash. Numbers keep growing like what's on the dash. Drop me the Addy, I pull it the maps. Dressed in a white tee, I bought it a Gap. Hitting the gas, he trailing behind. This in his games, but I stay on my grind. I told my fan that we all got me fine. Said I'm a star, that's why they all align. Said I don't rob it like all of these guys. I told them all like a million times. Waiting for me, but they know I arrived. What I'm doing to y'all, it should be a crime. I told him, oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Shooting like Luca, said that I can't, but I told him I do it. Up in the morning, I sweat it is brewing. Hitting these goals like I play for the Bruins. Thought that I told them I can't, but was mine. They throwing shade, but I'm still gonna shine. They check my wrist and they know it's my time. They ain't seen the numbers, so I swear that they blind. But that's how it goes, they know when I'm chose. Need me the flowers, not talking no rose. Was whipping the Chevy, I need me the ghost. I need the money for me and my bros. Ice in my veins, I swear that it's froze. They know when it's heat, it's like right out the stove. Way that I'm shooting, they think I'm a pro. I told them so much that they really should know. That's real. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Breakout Esports World Finals. This is it. This is the grand final. It's what we've all been waiting for. Thixie, it is a pleasure to be joined by you, and it's going to be a pleasure to be joined by BREAKOUT and Scallywags, the two teams that have fought their way so valiantly all the way through to this final stage. How are you feeling about this, Thixie?
Yeah, exactly. It's been an incredible day. We've had the BREAKOUT versus F3 game, which was a bit more one-sided. BREAKOUT managed to steamroll through without dropping a single map against F3. However, switching it to the other side, though, we have Scallywags versus 223, and that match was insane. We went all the way to 5 maps, and Scallywags just managed to get the better of 2-2-3.
Yeah, I'm glad you were here to kind of talk me through this, to be fair, because we had, you know, a long day today so far. I've just called in today. I've just got home. I've been kind of catching up with everything so far, watching bits in the car during my lift. And yeah, I was here for most of yesterday too, but you've been here for the whole long haul. So maybe let's talk about specifically Scallywags and Bert and their journeys. How have they gotten here starting from this weekend?
Yeah, and it was starting off with the Burts. It was really just kind of another day at the office. I was speaking to Sigby before the match yesterday after the streams, and Sigby has basically said, you know, we obviously have Swako, who is our heavy, and one of the things that I pointed out was that Swako was playing a bit too aggressive, and if they manage to just stick together, play a bit more composed, then they should be able to potentially cruise through against Frog Free, and Burts did that without, as I said before, without dropping a single map, and without even losing a single cash out to Frog Free as well. So that was, you know, unfortunately a steamroll match. Again, much love to Team Frog Free. But yeah, on the other side, 2-2-3 Scallywags, that is actually a series to watch back after in your free time as well, because it was so fun to watch, and the game was just really neck and neck. It was each other the entire time as well. Went all the way to map 5, and one of the things that was surprising was the fact that it was back and forth. It was one team one side, one team the other side, and I guess people's predictions kind of changed on who would win throughout the entire match as well. So yeah, again, composure is the key for this one, and now we have again NA versus NA finals, Jerry.
Absolutely, and it does hurt to be the two Brits on the casting desk and having to, you know, concede that EU are maybe second, third best, whatever it might be at the moment. But let's have a look at the head-to-head for this matchup. We have two players that have been standing out so far this weekend. We've decided to highlight Wally and Swako. Let's talk through these stats here, Vic.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see that this is one of the things that people have been telling to me before when I came along to Breakout at the playoff stage, and everyone kind of said, you know, the big match down is going to be those head-to-head fights and the individual performances between the two. But Swako here is obviously the heavy main on the right, and then Wallio on the left likes to play as a medium. So again, it's not fully one-to-one. However, we're looking at in terms of impact, right? Individual impact performances, and these players here are very neck and neck between each other. Wallio here, 95 assists, just slightly ahead here against Swako there on the other side. But really, there isn't much separating these two players apart from the contestant roles themselves.
Absolutely, and you can maybe make the argument, and we'll get a little bit of this kind of debate going in a bit, I'm sure, about how their routes have differed so greatly. You know, Scallywags, I feel, have been really tested on their way through here, and maybe that's to do with the opposition they've come against, whereas Burts have had a slightly easier route, perhaps. So maybe they come in and Scallywags, you know, they look like they're struggling their way here, but actually they come up and put an even fight against Burts. That's going to be my sort of prediction. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is as well is we don't really have that one-to-one comparison, right? I don't know if I had previously seen any matches, again, from comparing Burts to Scallywags previously before historically. But one of the things as well is that we look at the how the structure of these matches have been, and it's down to the 3v3 environment, right? A lot more different to what we had in the group stage, where we had 4 teams fighting out for each other, trying to get the most amount of points to qualify to the group stage. And 3v3 is really detrimental on you as a team, rather than, for example, having the right timing in the match.
All right, well, before we have a look at our map veto and see where we're going to square down today, let's bring up the MVP prospects. Now, right here, right now, you can decide who is going to be our MVP. There is a pinned comment in our Twitch chat, so head on over there if you're watching on YouTube and click that link, and you can be sent to a little poll where you can vote for your MVP. We have one player from each team that won on the first day. So all of our semi-finalists that have been playing today, we have Swako on Burts, Carbo Magma on Frog Free, Atelco on 223, and Salvo on Scallywags. Here's a lovely graphic for you as well, all of their stats throughout the weekend, so you can make an informed decision. But of course, stats don't tell the whole story, so, you know, use a bit of the eye test as well. Decide for us who is going to get that. And this isn't just a one-sided thing. If you get this vote, if you vote for the winner, then a care package is going to get sent to the player that the fans vote for. So this is our one-shot MVP. That care package will include goodies from our wonderful sponsors at One Shot. So do get voting, and Dixie, I do wonder, because we can put in our votes, can't we? There's nothing against that. Who would you go for so far?
I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of itching towards Salvo here. This is a player that I did criticize in the very first match that I've seen play, but he has really picked up the responsibilities and started doing his necessary role. I think a lot of props is actually going towards Scallywags' side for Salvo's improvement throughout this match as well. But again, you could obviously then compare to a Telco, a player that has been very good. He's an IGL for his team on 2-2-3, and he has been firing up. But depending on the tournament matches and the results right now, my point right now goes towards Salvo.
Interesting. And I really am undecided. I feel like I might even wait a few maps into this one to see how these two teams stack up against each other, which is an option for you. So yeah, just keep that tab open maybe and ponder your vote for a little bit. I found it quite interesting that you've kind of highlighted Salvo there. We had Wallio on that MVP graphic, and the other player on Scallywags, the heavy, is Gremlin. That's a player that Rio, just backstage, was highlighting as his personal MVP from the last series against 2-2-3. The impact that he had as a heavy was pretty incredible, or so I've been told. So we've got, every single player on Scallywags has their sort of their plaudits, but perhaps we should turn our attention to Burt's then, because we've talked enough about Scallywags.
Yeah.
Who do you see as the kind of difference maker on Burt potentially in this upcoming matchup? Just quickly before we go through the map veto.
Yeah, before the map veto, honestly, it relies down to the combination of either Sigp or Swako. And the reason why I can't call out these two players is because in these playoffs so far, whenever there has been a team v team fight, it's always been Swako, the last player alive, as he has the health pool and the heavy, but he's taken those responsibilities to finish off those fights and be the victor. So yeah, in my opinion, I think it's the Swako v Gremlin is going to be an insane match to watch.
Absolutely. Now we have our veto coming through, and something I highlighted earlier I highlighted this to the players in Discord. I was like, guys, if you have the first ban and you ban Kyoto, what are you doing? Let the other team ban that, right? Like you get a say in the ban phase, because you can play a kind of chicken game with Kyoto. A lot of teams want to ban this immediately, and every single team has done this weekend. So a little bit of an interesting kind of strategy there. I personally would see it, second ban. Either way, Kyoto and Seoul being the two out of the picture, two of our least popular maps statistically, and that does mean that all other maps will be played in this best of 5 potentially. Of course, we could go 3-0. That's a thing we have seen today from Burt, and they will have their first pick of Monaco, followed by Sys Horizon. We have Vegas, Skyway Stadium, and the decider may come down to Fortune Stadium. How cinematic would that be to have a final map showdown, a 5-map playoff at the very end of the season on the newest map of the game?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing that we're kind of looking for the momentum as well. We saw that Scallywags was taken all the way. They were taken all the way to those 5 maps. So, again, the exhaustion is kind of on the side of Scallywags right now. They've only had roughly about 30 minutes break since we last played there. So, it also depends on how much these players are itching to go towards that prize pool. Both of these players have, if you really want to go to the monetary standpoint, both of these players have received their payout for playing in this one, and they've done well. But the reason why, and the reason we have to focus on, is competitiveness at the start. Why are these players here? They want to get first place. Second isn't good enough for these players. That's why they've gone through the grinding. They've done the practicing. They've done the scrims, and they would love to take home that first place. So yeah, going all the way only just solidifies that for us as well.
There's also that extra little carrot of the stick of the slightly larger prize pool, right? They have both secured a slice of it, but it's who gets that bigger chunk of the, I was going to say pie, but I don't know if carrots, you can get carrots in pies, I suppose. I don't really like pies with carrots in. I'm more of a kind of steak and ale guy.
Pumpkin pie, probably for the closest analogy. There you go. But yeah, no, 100%. Like I said before, I mean, that's what it's a nice way that BREAKOUT has kind of done this with the splits as well, the prize pools, and again, community funded as well. So if you guys are watching and enjoying this series so far, don't be afraid as well to contribute to the prize pool as well. But yeah, no, 100%. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's more than just the prize pool for a lot of these players. It's actually having that kind of ego about yourselves. It's having the solidification of saying, yeah, I got first in one of the only finals tournaments that had been happening in this prestige, and that they can carry that momentum through into 2025 as well, which I think is a massive pointer as well. We're near the end of the year right now. We have a lot of speculation about what the finals is going to present to us next year as a community, especially as the comp scene as well. So I think that can only carry through.
Yeah, it's certainly on the up. It's a really exciting time to be part of the finals. And we are, even an even more exciting time is right here, right now, as the first map is about to start. We have Monaco on the docket here. First map pick, the best of 5 grand final for Breakout Esports. 2K on the line. Who's going to take it?
That is the question. NA versus NA grand final as well. And the time has started, and it looks like we will see the players here start to go towards vault number 1. The high ground currently on the advantage of the orange team as well. That's Swako, his team on the high ground.
Yep, so we have Bert holding from above right now, and looks like it's going to be a relatively early engagement as they are still kind of dodging and weaving their way around. They've already kind of forced the dome shield out from Scallywags there, interestingly, so maybe engage in the next 10 seconds or so would be quite profitable, and they do find that window of opportunity. Out goes their dome shield, but unfortunately Swako doesn't have the backup, doesn't need it though. He takes out Wario with the first burst of that shotgun. He's managed to whittle it down to a 3 versus 2 here, I would assume, unless we see some Scallywags action. No, it doesn't look like it. Gremlin taken down, and the rest of the pirating trio taken out as they follow. So yeah, fantastic opening engagement there from Bert, and they will grab that box.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've been highlighting with Rio previously is the fact that I feel like 20% of all fights rely on high ground advantage, and that's exactly what Bert's had. You saw that Scallywags did try and retake that kind of high ground advantage as well, but it was just the confidence of these players, again, knowing that they have the advantage, they're in the advantageous position. Nothing really happened else for them as well as they deposit the first cash out into B.
Yeah, and they'll move across the map slightly just to kind of guard. It's in a very nice corner of the map so they can force an early fight. They're really backing themselves in this position. And you say taking the high ground, this is one of the most profitable locations to be holding on to. Unless, of course, as we see Scallywags approach via that church, and they can have a slightly nicer angle. We've got the jump pads ready and waiting for an engagement. We see Z decides to pick his one up so that he can get a slightly better angle. But it's just this kind of prodding, this chicken game. Who's going to blink first, Dixie?
Yeah, exactly. And now just being patient again. One of the things of my criticism was how the players kind of separated from each other and being a bit more organized here. Swako here, going in with the winch claw, trying to bring one of the players in, but he is under frustration here with the dome shield. Z also down to low HP, and he does get coined out of this one. That cash out's on 50%. Can still be recovered here from Bert, but they will have to find out some players. Swako being tagged down to 89. Sick P also getting eliminated. And now, unfortunately, I think it's going to be the end here for Swako as he is taken down to low HP and eventually coined out of the fight.
Yeah, and Bert burning down that timer actually ends up working against them here, of course, with the flow of the game. Scallywags now get that steal, and we're going to see one fight over this first cash out in what is lovingly called Grandma's house, I believe. I'm not completely down with all of the call-outs on this game, but yeah, you can verify as you know, John Finals himself. You've got the knowledge here, Dixie. That's why I'm glad to have you by my side today.
Yeah, I mean, I just call it hotel, like mini hotel, but yeah, people have then adopted the name of Grandma, and that's kind of basically how it's gone. But yeah, so there it is. As you can see here from the range, is the zip line going in here very quickly. I think that was Sick P who is trying to get on that cash out B as quickly as possible. No, it was Z. Sorry, the bit right here is not the best. That cash out here going down to roughly 10%, and unfortunately, though, it might not be enough time for these players. This still is going to attempt to happen, though, and a slight edge of the winch will secure.
They got it!
Wait, they got it?
They got it! Yeah!
How do they get it?
I don't know. I think Z gave his life to hold that, basically.
Oh, I was looking at the top left and there was no steal icon. That was weird. Yeah,
it was literally the last millisecond. It was so
I didn't see the steal icon. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know. That was strange. But yeah, I apologize about that.
If Embark are watching, give us some more HUD elements. We love those as casters. It would be incredible. Yeah. The first cast I did over here, we had some people from Embark pop in, and I made my statement. Then I was like, please, I was begging immediately, and I will take the opportunity again. Yeah, we do love this game though.
Of course, yeah, it's a good old like the wife scenario, right? Love-hate relationship. But no, exactly. Like I said before, the thing, this game has only improved over time, and that's the thing as well. That's what we're looking for into 2025. Is we'll see more of those improvements and we'll have more of these features come through. But regardless, so on the high ground of the rooftops here, Walio also being tagged down to 50, and that healing boom will have to go as the players here on Burts will drive in. Swacko being winched there from Gremlin. Walio goes down to a 3v2, make that a 2v2 now. It's only Z now left alone, and Z will have to try and back off of this one, and I don't think that these players know where Z has managed to get to. He has managed to escape this one. But Jerry, I don't think this is enough here for Z.
No, he's definitely abandoned ship there, just trying to make sure that his team can spawn off of him and they don't have to deal with that downtime. But at the moment, we see Scallywags grabbing that cash and moving on towards A, this being, of course, a standard issue Monaco. We don't have any of these suspended structures or anything in place, so this will be, once again, inside another building. And this is something that we want to catch up on. Is at the moment we've got, I believe it's no, not Swaco. Is it Salvo on the FAMAS? It's not going to find great value, and you can see going down there in the close range engagement very early. And Scallywags now, oh sorry, Bert's now in a decent position to try and just roll with this. Interesting engagement there, as some shots just take a bit of hesitation before they come on out, but they do finally get that team wipe and can guard this cash out now quite safely.
Yeah, and there it is. Nice to see that we are getting a little bit of a interesting play for Burts to be a bit more aggressive. Sigby again just dodging and weaving. I think Sigby kind of knew that the RPG would have probably eliminated Gremlin if the RPG was fired off, so it was a bit of that kind of cheeky play there, which we like to see. But regardless, so I like Sigby here taking the high ground. He did this last time on Monaco as well by going on top of the crane as he pulls that information. Now he's called to his team where they're coming from.
I love how players like automatically whip out the defib as though it gives you a speed boost. Can you confirm that it doesn't? What does it?
What doesn't the speed boost?
The defib, because it feels like people are using like a CS:GO knife.
Yeah, I mean, I blame CS:GO. I came from CS:GO. So,
I'm pretty sure it does nothing to the speed rate, but yeah. Maybe that's just a PSA for some players. But also, it does look nice. If it gives them a better FOV, like they can see more, there's less on their screen. That's the only reasoning I can possibly come up with, and it's a really janky one. Either way, Dome comes out, and here comes an attempted steal.
Yeah, exactly here. We see that we'll try and hold this one off for as long as possible, but it looks like the orange players are going to be aggressing here, and it's Sigby who gets eliminated, which is against the script here of these players. Looks like Salvo will take the second. This FAMAS has been really doing well, and dividends for Salvo. It's Swacko here, down to 1v1, manages to take out Gremlin, though, utilizing the dome shield, and that is a great play for Burts to take the first map, potentially.
Absolutely. It does look like that is what will happen. We have 9 seconds before Scallywags spawn in, so dependent on the spawns, they may not even get a chance at this final cash out. And you were right to highlight the FAMAS there, as I did in the previous fight. They managed to bring the fight outside. It does make a bit of a difference. And, of course, the rest of his team chipping in. He's able to pick up the pieces. It's a really nice weapon to have in your kind of arsenal for securing those kills when everyone else is doing the blast or the burst damage around you. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Burt's taking that win. And some questions now to be asked of Scallywags after they really struggled through that upper side of the bracket and got here after beating down 2-2-3. Maybe we haven't seen the best of Birch yet. Maybe even with stiffer opposition, they're going to prove the victors.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is pretty much as per schedule for Burts. I mean, they are a team that does want to play as, you know, business as usual as possible. They're not really looking to kind of make a match the final grand final and put that against them. They're kind of treating this as like, hey guys, you know, this is just like another scrim. Let's just, you know, as long as we stick together and stay composed. And that's obviously why we're seeing players, for example, like Sigby, who've been playing this game for a long, long time. I remember watching Sigby even back towards the first closed beta. I was watching some clips of Sigby. You know, he has the experience. He's been playing the finals for a long, long time. And when you pick up new players along the journey, especially as the finals has been out now for just over a year nearly, that will bring in new blood, new talent, and the experience game here, when you think back about how long these players have been playing for, they're already prepared for most of the stuff that's going to be thrown at them.
Yeah, they've seen every situation. They've played it through 1,000 times in their head, and they know the outcome. That's the value of experience in a game like this. Not to say that there are only a limited number of possibilities in this game. That's the beauty of it, is that there's so much fine detail in it, and the destruction element just adds a layer of chaos and creativity to the game. That means that it really does have its kind of work cut out for it in terms of mastery. So, We'll roll through the replays of this game here, but obviously taking that in 2. So a relatively swift map for them, and it could have been a lot closer given how on a knife edge that very first point was.
Yeah, but again, it's that player there. We have Swako managing to be able to be the last player that stayed alive. I said to you before we went into this match that it's always Swako right here. He's the last player alive, and he always manages to survive and clutch up for his team when it's called. And sure, yeah, it might be harder to choke with a heavy because you have a higher health pool. You have the SA-12 shotgun if they're close range. But Swako, I don't think I've seen him lose a 1v1 in the matter of the fights like this, and that is why Burts take the 2-0.
Yeah, Burts were in a very, very secure, solid sort of position throughout that game. They didn't seem like they were tested by Scallywags too often, especially on that last cash out. They really had full control. So, dominance on Monaco, their own map pick, and one that we know Burts to be very happy to go to. This is something that we might expect in the early half of best of 5, is trading map, just keeping, you know, your own map under your belt. And then as the series goes on, it gets closer and closer until we get to those real knife edge scenarios. And we've already had knife edge scenarios so far, so you just know it's going to come sooner rather than later. Either way, let's have a look at these stats. Just like you said, hate to highlight him, but Gremlin sitting on a donut there with 0 kills. I know, of course, it's his job to be in that back line, enabling Salvo and Wallio, but you've always got to try and make some difference towards the fight. And Z, on his opposite number, effectively, got that 1, you know, and that can be the difference in a fight sometimes.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was highlighting before as well, is just the individual talent of staying alive. And, you know, Gremlin is a player that we kind of just wanted to expect to see playing out of, out of the norm, out of the ordinary. And I'm not too sure, it says Gremlin medium? I don't
yeah,
think
that's incorrect. Yeah, you're right, that isn't his opposite number. So yeah, really
cool. I was just
unexpected performance then from the heavy, basically.
Exactly. This isn't like Gremlin, because again, everyone hyped Gremlin up to me, and I've seen how Gremlin is, how good he was, especially against the matches that we saw previously today as well. And it's just something, again, a little bit out of the ordinary. What is the reason for this? You could say, I don't know, maybe it's just an anomaly. It's one of those times. Again, every player doesn't have the best match at all times, so we'll have to see how they do into the second match. If Gremlin doesn't step up there, then of course you're getting worried, because this is a best of 5, so they do have some room to make some mistakes and some error. But you know what? I don't want to write them off just yet. I still think that Gremlin has more than the ability to come back alive here, and one good game can start that off for them.
Absolutely. Well, we have Sys Horizon on the horizon, our second map picked by Scallywags. And of course, I suppose one of the benefits, let's just address this. We've had a lot of NA versus EU matchups throughout this weekend, and there's always been this kind of debate about, we have these cross-international or cross-continental league, and sort of having to deal with server choice and ping issues. That's not going to be a factor here, so we really will have a completely level playing field, and it's great to see that in one sense. Obviously, I said it's disappointing not to see an EU side here, but every cloud has a silver lining, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. You could say, obviously, oh, it's an NA final. This means NA is better than EU. I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to say, yeah, there it is. Yeah, but you could say statistically, sure, NA might be better than EU in that sense when it comes down to the lines where matches matter. But I think that anomalies are possible, and anomalies do happen. Again, we saw how Hotol's finest aren't in this grand final that a lot of people thought would happen as well. So it's just one of those things. Here we go. RPG going in initially here. Swako making his presence known here. Sick P is down to 1 HP, and here we go, down to a 3v2 already. And it's going to be Z and Swako left alive.
Unusual there from Burt separating and Chickpea being drawn away from the fight, of course. Thankfully, it is a bit of a false start for both teams as they manage to fall back and re-engage over the vault for a second attempt here. Now, once again, that prodding, that probing begins, and we can see a well-positioned glitch barrel left there by Chickpea, maybe intentionally just to be ready to send that the way of Scallywags once the fight initiates. But of course, they have to find their way around, and they're sort of circling the vault right now. We're seeing this from Burt's perspective, because they have no clue where they are. There's the idea, and Chickpea doesn't need a second invitation. He's going to go straight on up. Great hook coming out. Down goes Gremlin again. An early death for the heavy on the side of Scallywags, and it's all too easy to clean up the rest for Burt's. And there we have it. The first vault will be in the control of Burt's.
Yeah, exactly. And that is pretty much, again, showing the highlights of what we had from the first match there on Monaco. And you could say, you're starting to worry right now. I said, give him another map, and we want to see Gremlin come alive here. One of the things I thought was kind of interesting as well is that when Sikpi kind of went in for the initial fight, they already had the dome shield down there on Scallywags as well. So it's nice to see that they are being presumptive of what the plays are going to happen on this team, but they need to actually be effective with this play now as well. And look at this. The players here going away from the cash out A, and looks like they want to take them head on.
Yeah, I think Chickpea's kind of leading this call right now. He's like, I want to find an opening early on and really put Scallywags in their place. Guarding from this high ground, of course, you have to be worried about the jump pad. This does, as Rio likes to say, expose you when you take it, but they also have the advantage of that momentary high ground to try and land an RPG. The shots come out, and the dome shield is not doing its job. Well, actually, it does do its job. It protects the Burts just enough to stay in the mixer there, but unfortunately, looks like the defibs are coming out. Very low HP on Scallywags as they kind of worm around. It feels like they're on the defensive during this fight. Coins flying, and now it's only Gremlin left standing, so a slightly different flow to this fight. He does take out the loss, though. Unbelievable. I didn't think that I was going his way, but it did.
Yeah, that's a bit of a drop at the header. I think that was Sikpi who got winched in. I'm not too sure what Sikpi's options were doing there, because Sikpi has more than enough time to potentially, take a statue, move it over. Again, I just think that was a bit of a sleep there. Maybe they're a bit too overconfident, and this is a problem now because Scallywags are going to retake this cash out, and there is probably only one attempt here for Burst to bring it back.
Really scrappy fight there, and you're right. One attempt here on this first cash out. And it's the first time Scallywags have really been... Well, actually, no, they were in this exact same position last time around, weren't they? And Burt's got the last-minute steal. And Burt's are here early enough to try and attempt that. Hook doesn't meet his intended target, but gets an even bigger fish. Down goes Sueko, and then they find the kills to follow up. Excellent play from Scallywags, and that should be enough as they secure Sueko, who's finally managed to worm his way underneath. That was just unbelievable play from Scallywags to keep hold of that point.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll bring it back is pretty standard for them now. 4 seconds left, of course, for the coin, and there's a bit of decision to be made now. Again, we were obviously questioning the might of Gremlin here as well, but hey, that has been effective so far. Now let's see if they can get back into this one. They also have the pacing momentum here as well. They've got the Vault 2 towards them, and now the decision is going to be made is, are they going to either tag it and then move along, or are they going to wait, for example, to see what Burt's move is going to be?
Pirates walking upstairs. They have tapped this vault, of course, and they have a glitch barrel. Hopefully spawned right near them. In fact, 2. They can do what they please with this, of course. But at the moment, are playing a bit of a gambit. They're locking off the approach to the other 2 sites. Hiding out in the open, interestingly enough. They got the red barrels, they got the glitch barrels as well. So, this is going to be an explosive fight when it does get down to it.
Yeah, and this is actually quite interesting here. Not something I've seen normally in the finals, where they're just kind of sitting towards the side of the building here. And again, both teams are actually kind of doing the same thing. Now, I think finally Gremlin is picking up the vault here, but it's the respect of both teams as well, which I do like. I think, obviously one team could kind of go with a bit more rash here, and it's the train strategy here. Sikpi flying in from the high ground with the red barrel here, trying to spot out the players, not being effective initially, but Gremlin down to half HP, and now Z might go in here with the winch claw as well. Z down to 57. Sueko and Sikpi now need to respond quickly with some damage. Sueko down to low HP, 4 bars of HP, gets the first elimination. They're back down to a 2v2, and now we have to see and wait for the revives here. But once again, it is Sueko, but surviving on a sliver of HP is Z with 7, managing to take out Gremlin.
He was like Neo in that fight. I don't understand how he survived as long as he did. He kept himself alive fantastically well. He was the player that we saw hooked at the very start by Scallywags on that engagement. So the fact that he fell back, played around his teammates' dome shield, kept those heals up, wasn't firing many shots, honestly, was letting his teammates do the work, and was there to finish out the fight on only a few HP in total. Really does... it does something which is nice, which is highlight the support player. And I love when he has those moments in the spotlight. Because, yeah, you got to love your support.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the things as well, is that we'll have to pay attention to how these communications are going out for both teams as well. I mean, I think it's a little bit too late now, but next game, hopefully we can see a bit of a listening situation, or depending on if this team wins. I'd love to hear what the communication is going on between these players right now. But still, on the high ground here is, of course, Sueko, Z, and Sikpi. They have manipulated the cash out to fall by the streets, and it is going to be a puzzle to solve here for the Scallywags as they begin their approach towards these players.
But holding on right now. Of course, as it stands, we will go to the third cash out. So Scallywags managed to steal this, then we'll have a very quick Horizon on our hands. They are still trying to locate the players of Burt's right now. They opt for the jump pad in through the wall with the DMAT play. A little bit of a misstep there by Salvo, but it doesn't matter too much as the engagement is still a few seconds away. Up come the stairs, and here we go, Fixie.
Yep, exactly, and now it's going to be a bit of a brawl between both players here. Swako, you can see that player trying to drive in, and the perspectives here, I'm not too sure what Swako's doing right now. He's still alive on the low ground, and again, the dome shield is also down there as well, just dancing in between that dome shield. Again, sorry, going to confuse the perspectives a little bit, but still, Swako manages to survive that one, and the team here on Burt's do take it.
Absolutely, and it does seem as though that will be enough to keep them in with the chance of going for a third cash out here. We will go all the way on Sys Horizon unless we have a very quick steal from Scallywags. Burt's just winching that out even more into the open for good measure. Just depending on where the Scallywags spawn as we pan around to see where they might come in. They are quite close, but it's not going to be enough time. So this fight is not meaningless, but it will determine basically who gets to go to the next box first. And we see both dome shields come on up. The dive comes in from Chickpea. Looks like he lands some good shots, but not as good as Salvo's as he launches a salvo towards him and finding plenty of shots. But Z there to pick up the pieces once again as the backup shotgun player on Burt is really making a name for himself here.
Yeah, exactly, and it just, again, just shows, now that he got us back down to a 10,000 versus 10,000, we have the tag here, and I was wondering if production, we could listen in to the communication here of Scallywags. The other players that are playing a little bit behind right now, they are one map down, and it'd be nice to see what the momentum is and what the bias is for the team. Production's here.
We may have to wait a little bit.
Yep.
It's no problem. Here we go.
Sweet.
Alright.
Are we hitting it?
Yeah, go right, go right.
Okay.
They're chilling to the left. Okay.
I'm gonna drop this red barrel.
Hold up.
Naded.
Gun noise.
If we open this,
They're under.
Okay, I'm coming over.
Careful.
They're like right under. They're right under. Careful, DMAT.
Yeah, they're dematting. Right here. Can you demat nade?
They just placed a goo or something.
Is that us? They're all the way down. They just did all the way.
Alright. Come left.
I'm going with Wally. I'm going with...
Okay.
We gotta do something.
We have to do something, yeah.
They're near here. Okay? Gun noise.
Alright, here we go. They're playing around the noise as we just heard. Trying to minimize their own footsteps. Out goes Nade. I think they have an idea of where they are, but no. False info. As look, we can see Spurts have fled all the way down to the low ground, and that's an interesting plan, as you've mentioned, Thixie. Sometimes foregoing that high ground can be to your detriment. The DMAT drop comes through, and it looks like we're going to get the fight.
Oof, yeah, and exactly. And Sickpea going in there initially with that red barrel. These players do need it to get back into this momentum as well. Scallywags under a lot of pressure right now. They are grouped up, and they have to find out where these players are going in from. Swako is entering. The winch claw goes out. Gremlin falls down thanks to the model. That's a second, potentially the third as well. It's Salvo on to 1 HP, but he gets taken out of the fight, and it looks like Burt's will take the second map.
Scallywags taking so long, as we saw, to initiate that first fight. Only one fight over this cash out. And it's enough for Burt's to most likely have this in the bag. And a second map as well. We did at least see Scallywags gather one cash out here. But yeah, unless we have some sort of miracle. No, that should pretty much secure it. They launch it into orbit, send it up a floor. There we have it. Burt's taking second map in this best of 5. Only one map away now from claiming that crown as the first champions of Breakout Esports World.
Yeah, exactly. And Sickpea there managing to do very well with the initiation of that fight. Again, going in with the red barrel, it wasn't effective, but the problem is that the finals has a destructive nature. Anything you throw at it explodes. It can create those like gaps and extra angles. And I think the fact that Sickpea going in and doing that initially kind of makes you as a player, if you're on defense, aware of like what's going on, especially if there's like a floor below you that happens from it. But no, teamwork again going in from these players as well. proven wrong for me actually as well, I will say, is because I do say most of the time, like the high ground is very favored in these matches. Well, as we said, Bert's there kind of proved myself wrong in the fact that you have to have a reason why you're playing on the low ground as well. And, they played that very well on the defense. We heard in the communications that they were kind of playing into the mind games a little bit there of Scallywags. They were kind of saying, oh no, they're below us, be careful, with the dematerializer and stuff like that. So it was very interesting to see how they wrapped it out. Again, the composure. And one of the notes that I kind of wrote down here, specifically with Bert's, and I put it here, is it says, thrives under pressure. And that is exactly what they're doing right now. The pressure is being given, again, from players with the likes of Gremlin, but they're dealing with it like it's nothing.
They really are. And this is the Split 1 Masters champions we're talking about here, Bert's. They booked their spot in these in this Worlds event early on, and they've had the benefit of being able to sort of sit back and monitor it and go unchecked. And there's a reason they got in there first. Is because they were the best team around this time 6 months ago. Are they still the best team around now? That's the big question on my mind. Have they truly kind of just set themselves apart? Right now, we're going to have a quick look at the replays, and I do want to highlight Z because I feel like he came up a number of times in this game. Even in that final engagement, he was the one being hooked in, who then, instead of escaping with his life, actually decided to follow through against the hook and just shoot down everyone that was in front of him. So yeah, he can do it one way or another, and it is fun because Chickpea often does get the plaudits as well as Sueko, but this is a three-man team, and I love to see that Z is stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could also say that he is assigned the support role more so. He was known for playing the Heal Beam, Frag, Junk Pad, and obviously go for the defib and model. But yeah, exactly. Stepping up, as we just saw there in the highlights, that really nice double kill there from him. Him also going in aggressively. Exactly, taking out Gremlin. The elbow to the face as well is just super effective. And this is why a team like Bert's, as I said before, are so well composed. And right here, we have the scoreboard.
Wow, and interestingly, the top fragger on this game was Salvo, not a heavy, a medium on the side of Scallywags. H there. 9 kills to his name over Z's 8, but it is a team game, as you can see, 8, 5, and 5 across the board for Bert's. And just more important fights won, it would seem. That was a closer map. We will give it to Scallywags. They have at least gotten 1 cash out to their name, but across the 2 maps, it's 4-1 in cash outs. That is something that Scallywags are going to need to address. And a lot of the time, the cash outs, they are secondary in a sense on a 3v3 format, where the team fights and the kills are going to make sure that you're always in a position to get the steals, to get the protect, whatever you need. So we will have to see some improvements, not just in the objective play, but mostly in the fragging. Scallywags, because it has been a little lackluster. It's good to see that Salvo is picking up the slack, but Gremlin and Wallio have to catch up now.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I said to you at the start, I made Salvo my MVP that I would vote for, right? And it's strange because, again, he's really stepped up to the plate, and it's very impressive. You could also attest it to being kind of ballsy enough to pick up the weapons such as the FAMAS, for example, as well. That was obviously quite interesting. But for the Scallywags, it's just a frustrating situation. Gremlin needs to step up where he should be stepped up. Again, everyone sold Gremlin to me, and if I'm coming to the cinema, to the theater of the plays that Gremlin makes, I'm rating the movie quite high right now. There is nothing here to sell to me that gives them the confidence. And I said, I give Gremlin up to this map to play well and have that performance to be the impactful player. Now we have a problem because we're going into the very last map of this entire series. Everything that these players have fought for all these months, and now we're going to lie on the shoulders of Bert's. If Bert's can take this final map, which is going to be, I think it was Vegas, Las Vegas, we have a problem.
Yeah, Vegas up next, and of course it's being Bert's map pick further down the line. You would expect it to favour them, so there's every possibility we get a 3-0 sweep, Fixie, and our time on the mic together is tragically cut short. I will allow my bias to show now and say, Scallywags, bring us to map 5, please. I as a caster, my bias is always towards whoever's losing. That's basically it.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair enough because obviously you want to put on a show for everyone watching as well. But I think the point here is the fact that I saw since yesterday, Bert's are such a confident setup together when they rely on each other's abilities as well. And this is the thing, we could also have potentially one of the best reverse sweeps of this series as well. Imagine, again, the momentum going here back to Scallywags. They take potentially 2 cash outs in their favor. Then obviously they're then heading towards Skyway Stadium, which again kind of favors towards the loss of the moniker that they had. So they have a massive uphill battle to climb here. However, this map right here, right now, is going to be Vegas, and the slots are spinning for these players. if you are a believer in Scallywags, you might as well go all in.
That's the challenge. Will Scallywags flip the script here on Vegas, where dreams are made or shattered? Could be either. Let's see. So, but on orange, once again, assuming the high ground of that archway by Eastwood Drive Hotel, and we have some early engagement. A dome shield, oh sorry, a mesh shield being brought out here as a swap from Gremlin. Will it be enough? The early engagement there going so far the way of Scallywags. There's no salvo, in fact, the last alive, unfortunately, on Scallywags. Birds look like they are just about forcing their way through here, and yeah, that's an early wipe. So I was kind of caught off guard there by the mesh shield. That's a lot to talk about there.
Yeah, exactly. The mesh shield as well, it's been something that has been the starting point for most fights here, especially as I said earlier when some players were trying to attack the other teams on Scallywags. They got stopped immediately just because of the dome shield being present, and obviously the dome shield has gone through quite a lot in terms of balances as well. The timer of it has been reduced, the health of it has been reduced, but no matter what happens, the heavies are still using it just because of the effectiveness of this gadget is just so needed for these players.
I also think perhaps there's a side of it where we didn't see an abundance of profitable winches from Gremlin, right? And he feels like maybe this is something you can do to kind of protect his team, allow them to land that extra couple of shots perhaps on the mesh shield and just be a bit more of a kind of protective influence rather than an aggressive one. It does obviously limit a lot of what they can do with the cash out, but you know that's something that they're weighing up. They've decided against. And here we have them waltzing on in this area. What do you call this?
I call it stage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Backstage.
It is stage, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, regardless, so we have from the high ground here, double red barrel going in as well. It's Sickpea, and he is going to be meeting the might here of Salvo, who's gone back to the model again, away from the FAMAS here. It's Swacko that goes down, unfortunately. The defib tried to get back up from Sickpea, but not successful, and it is going to rely here. I think another defib did get Swacko back up on the feet thanks to Z's sacrifice, and it's Gremlin that goes down. Swacko only on 63, trying to charge back in, but unfortunately, the wipe happens, Yuri.
There's a moment there where I thought Walia was going to have to make sure he didn't slip on that banana peel, but he had already res Salvo. And that just goes to show, like, it feels like there's always another thing. There's always an extra thing, and that defib shows its value there. Scallywags now in control of this point on stage, as you rightly educated me. Thank you very much. And, yeah, we have now Berts with one attempt, most likely, to get on this point. They're going to have to do it quickly. The Goo in the way to prepare themselves with a mighty angled jump pad that's going to speed the way all the way in, and it's a quick engage. Maybe they weren't expecting this. No RPG out though, and they have it ready to fire up on the ceiling. Up until the rooftops go the Scallywags, and they jump down from the masts and deliver hell onto Bert. A great little maneuver pulled off by Scallywags mid-fight. That was an entirely team-based effort, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah, exactly, and that's again the case of these players having the reward in play back towards the Scallywags in favor of the first 10k. And again, like I said before, put the money where your mouth is and go all in if you are a fan of the Scallywags, because this could be one of the biggest payouts and reverse sweeps in history. And yeah, exactly, this is what we're seeing now. Vault 2, though, is in favor here of Berts.
Yeah, they got that lucky spawn. It's just right on top of them, so they will be happy about that. Of course, Scallywags do have a bit more kind of map control in the sense that they have that higher ground. Of course, it's relatively easy to maneuver through Vegas without exposing yourself to these high positions. So that is something that probably Berts will look to if they get a sense that Scallywags aren't coming straight at them right now. You can see that box is on the move towards it looks like possibly in the car park or in the lower casino area maybe. Not too sure. Yeah. We'll find out as we go.
Yeah, and also low gravity has just been activated as well, and this is huge. If you can find the right angles of jump pads, the movement potential here for these teams is massive.
Going to slow this approach though, right?
Yeah, it was like, well, there's two ways of thinking about it, right? If you have a good angle jump pad, it can make the move over. Obviously, I know that they do want to go towards A here, and it's not going to matter that much, but it is going to be very frustrating to fight against, especially in these close corridors.
Really will. I think the idea there was, the reason I say it slows that approach is kind of, I feel like Scallywags wanted to dive there for a moment, and then low gravity pops up, and they see those people running across the screen. They know it's going to take them twice as long to get down to them, and you're sitting ducks if you do that. So yeah, it does have its kind of pros and cons, and to be honest, I think the pros think that it's more cons than anything. Let's go now as we follow Gremlin. He's got that RPG, lands a decent, chunky hit, and doesn't quite finish off his target. Gets hooked up and immediately dealt with. So unfortunate for Gremlin not winning that one. That could swing the tide of the fight in Bert's favor. Looks like they're all up and just having to deal with the last piece of the puzzle. There goes Scallywags in a heap of coins, but successfully defend for the first wave of this cash out.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's going to go down to how much do the players want it right now on Scallywags. They know that they have the potential to be able to take out players like Burt's or the team Burt's, but really it comes down to individual motivation here. They have one final opportunity, and this could be it. The difference between first or second place, Jerry.
Definitely a tense situation, of course. Right now, Scallywags have that buffer of the one cash out to their name, so it won't all be over here, but they really don't want it to go down to the last chance saloon. They drop that cash out very smartly, but they're not going to get right on the steal. They know that the opponents have a team map of their own and will play from above. Good shots landed by Salvo, and the follow-up is there as he drops back onto the heel beam. We see another player going in deep. No one dead just yet. There we go, the first coin splatter of this fight. Gremlin gets rezzed up in the meantime, and it looks as though at the moment, Scallywags are in a decent position to try and get this steal, but Burt's will have the time to reconfigure. That mesh shield starts to come into play though now.
Yeah, exactly. That cash out is being stolen and held during the time as well, but they do get it in time. It's Burt's clutching up when it matters. And unfortunately, Scallywags, clutching up when it matters, my bad. And that does mean that they get the map in the hands of themselves once again, against all odds here as well. They thought it was going to be written off, but that mesh shield, Jerry, the mesh shield pick here from Gremlin was the right play after all.
Unbelievable.
That is insane.
Of all places to take a gamble, Las Vegas, bringing out the mesh shield, and it works so perfectly. They went all in, like you said, and maybe there are some more Scallywags believers in chat right now. Do remember, we still have that vote going on. Check the pinned comment and head on over to a Twitter poll to make sure that you cast your vote for the MVP so far, your one-shot MVP for the weekend. But Fixie, let's just take a moment to digest that map. Like you say, the mesh shield. Huge when it comes to those last second steals.
Yeah, I mean, the call for whoever did that, I don't know if it was Gremlin as an individual. Again, we have been criticizing Gremlin's performance in the first two maps on Monaco and Horizon. And again, if there was any time for him to step up and create a great narrative script for us, it was now on Vegas. And that's what I said at the start of the map. You know, if you are a fan of the Scallywags, go all in. And this is what's happened to us. Again, there is a problem, though. They cannot make any more mistakes right now. The potential for the reverse sweep is on the cards for them. But yeah, the mesh shield pick, that was huge.
It made the difference. It really did make the difference. We could be sitting here and saying, you know, that gamble didn't pay off. It was just another kind of last gasp thing. But they really did make the switches. They also, very importantly, got off at FAMAS. They went with the double model, like you say, in this map. Correct? I'm not just...
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm not chatting crap. Good. Yeah.
No, you're right. No, exactly. And that's the thing. Again, it was Salvo's decision to do that. Back again, it was on the team that did manage to take the map. So I'm not too sure. Maybe it was because Las Vegas is a bit more compacting. And again, he might swap back to the FAMAS as we go into Skyway Stadium, which is a bit more of an open map. But as you can see in these replays right here as well, there was nothing really that wrong individually from both teams. The only difference at the end there was just a gadget separating these players. But look at Gremlin, though. 0 eliminations. Doesn't matter, though. Hey, it's the final. I don't care. My heavy can have 0 eliminations for the entire tournament. I don't care. If he puts up a mesh shield for me and gets me and helps me out for stealing, hey, he can go negative. I don't mind.
Yeah, and I mean, this wasn't just a close affair, right? Scallywags actually won that map 2-0. That was a quick Vegas. And like you say, Gremlin on 0 kills, putting in the support heavy plays that matter most for his team.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. It's putting a lot on the shoulders of Wally and Salvo, but they've responded. They've stepped up at various points during this weekend. Like you say, Salvo's been a real highlight so far to date, and Wallio was a real highlight yesterday and throughout the group stage last weekend. And maybe that's just what we want to see from him. Maybe this is what we need to see from Gremlin. This could be the silver bullet.
What I think we've seen here is the fact that there is a nice synergy within the team to recognize when egos can and can't go into play. Because I think as a competitive player, egos are actually quite needed. But if you're not having a good day, then don't play a class or a role which means that you have to be at your best to perform. I think what's happened here is Gremlin has recognized that it's not his day today. He's opted to go for a bit more of a defensive heavy, again, choosing the mesh shield instead, and allowing the initiation for Salvo, who is having a good day today, to really step up, and that's what's being effective right now. So, again, we need to obviously remember, though, Burt is still in control of this. They do have 2 of the maps in favor for them right now. It is only 1 for Scallywags, but Skyway Stadium, it's open, Jerry. I don't know, it's going to be a lot harder here for Vegas, crossing over to Skyway Stadium, and it is a big difference.
Yeah, it's a very different map. It's one of our most popular maps here at Breakout Esports so far this season. I think, if not the most popular map, possibly second to Monaco. It's definitely way up there. I am wondering whether we'll get that high-rise variant. It does happen occasionally. And, yeah, I think let's just see what happens. It's all to play for right now, with Bert up 2-1 in the series. And we do get fog. Very thick fog, it feels like, on Skyway Stadium today.
Yeah, it is, and you've got to keep your eyes peeled as well,
No,
especially if you...
I thought it was a high-rise because it was so foggy. It wasn't. It was just a wall of fog.
That's fine. As I said, yeah, keep your eyes peeled as well, of course, at home. That is right. But had the first 2 maps in the favor. It was 2-0, and Scallywags have managed to bring a map back in favor as well. We are potentially seeing a reverse sweep, and if that does not happen, one more map here to Burt will solidify them as the winners of Breakout Worlds 24.
These red barrels are ready to go. Loco decides to drop his maybe for his teammate to go in with instead. Like Birds are sticking to their guns. No dramatic role or specialization or weapon or loadout changes as it stands. Neither team wanting to tap the vault, seemingly because it might give away their location. That's the only thinking I can muster up there. Z does drop away and does get it, but of course they are baiting the engagement into this room.
I think it's also just the fact that they're respecting the team as well. They know, again, it's NA versus NA. I don't doubt that they haven't scrimmed a couple of times against each other as well. So they already know how each other plays. And I think, again, it's just the difference of individuals here as well. So respecting it, taking the vault, and hopefully at the right time being able to bring it over. And I think now is actually a good time.
What a vague radar of the locations. Based on the fact that they're not seeing them here, they know they've got to be nearby, right? And they're just, doing their green cross code, checking left and right before they cross the road. I don't know if that's lost on Americans, the green cross code, but, I think of the King of the Road thing. I grew up with
drive.
That. No, this was like something they showed us in primary school. Either way. The little hedgehogs, maybe not the time as the fight gets started.
Yeah, and someone has... I was going to say, Salvo is back on the FAMAS. Again, this is probably because Las Vegas allows you to have closer range fights. Salvo understands and respects the fact that Vegas doesn't provide that for him, so he's going to go to Skyway Stadium, which is a bit more open, and he's going to be back on the FAMAS. Again, this is the differential. I was looking at the group stages, and people only went models, and if they didn't go models, they would go to FGAR. If they didn't go FGAR, they would go AK. No one went FAMAS, and this is awesome to see that Salvo is playing the differential pick.
A helpful jump pad left behind by Burt that Scallywags will graciously accept. Second jump pad goes out, and they will try and ascend here, take it from the high ground. And is this the elevator? No, it's just outside the elevator. Yeah,
again, now, I would say Burt's probably would have to try and take high ground here. But they're going to be hiding a little bit off-center, so I think Wallio has just spotted out where they were, going in with like 3 explosions at the same time. Has managed to get healed back up, though, but now the mic going in. Wallio getting the first elimination onto Sigp. Could go for the second as well if his shots connect. It's back to a 3v3, though, thanks to the revives, and Wallio's still not hitting his shots right now. These are shots you have to hit at this moment. He is down to 28 HP, and Salvo here also low.
How is it still a 3 versus 3 right now? Unbelievable. Everyone seemed like they were on low HP. Wallio does go down as Z snipes him with the model, and an easy pick up there and a clean-up coming through for Burt as Scallywags do look to try and chase his final kill.
Oh,
you didn't have to do that to him. You didn't have to do that to him.
That was the ultimate little bit of a trickery there. Salvo, again, playing very well for his team in that fight too. But again, I want to highlight Z's impact there as well. That was very, very useful for the ability to be able to just chip those players down when it needed. We saw, obviously, on the other side of that, Z being able to out-damage the damage that was happening from the Scallywags too. So, well played there to Z.
Neat little reposition of the point, just moving it up a floor. Yep, of course, now they play from the very top, which is something that they seem to want to do. But, of course, Scallywags have had the chance to respawn in, so they've got to be careful about whether they're already up there. They don't want to meet them head-on, climbing a staircase or anything like that. But look at the timer, Thixie. Very, very low for Scallywags to do anything here.
Yeah, it's now or never. They put the APS down as well. That mesh shield could also be effective, and it's going to be utilized once again, but it's the winch claw to move the cash out back in favor as well. It might just also be enough here. Salvo, the accuracy with this FAMAS is incredible from this player, but not much time left. Z goes down and holding the steal, but I don't think that it's going to be enough, and they've recognized that, Jerry.
They have, and up comes the last player, but he's just gonna... no, that wasn't even... Yeah, that was the last player on Burt's. Doesn't matter, they get that secure. So Burt's happy with the 10k in their pocket as Scallywags lick their wounds, move towards Vault 2. That was a very chaotic fight, but ultimately, yeah, that timer just You know what? The winch off the edge, the BM, may well have mattered. So that time difference.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you're saying that, like, you know, we are saying it's BM. That could actually be a pretty viable reason why they did that.
Exactly, yeah.
Because, yeah, you think about it, the timing is also a huge difference there, too. But regardless, though, yeah, the vault has been activated here, and it's back in the hands of Scallywags here. But they are down 1 cash out, and they need this one to be in their favor.
Right, Scallywags cannot afford to set a foot wrong here. They do have control of Vault 2, and they're going to start moving it, or, well, they'd be probably quite foolish to start moving it immediately, as we see Bert's in a decent position to kind of launch on top of them. Lots of glitch barrels and the red canister ready to go at them. Oh, no. That's a death sentence if I've ever seen one. Surely Bert's come out on top of this fight.
Yeah, and Z, unfortunately, being swarmed there as well. Scallywags back down to a 2v2 right now. Sabo's on low HP as well. It's going to be Gremlin, who might be left alone here. He's going to go for a revive for the long turn here. It's Z in a one elimination for himself has gone down as well. Swacko did try his best to continue the eliminations there, but Scallywags did fall, and that was unfortunately Gremlin, who was the last player alive as a heavy.
And that glitch hitting the mediums, hitting the whole team, in fact,
Yeah.
and disabling the defibs. That was the key there. That was a much quicker fight than we're used to seeing. Between these two sides, they chained those defibs, but yeah, none available, and it was the heavy left standing, having to go for that slow revive. So great engagement, and yeah, it really was a death sentence for Scallywags. So Bert's now in control, moving that box towards C, and it may be here that our final showdown takes place on Skyway in construction. But up 10k, they just need this to win.
Yeah, and again, Sickp, again, I said before, and I highlighted this to you on Monaco, Sickp loves these cranes, and he loves staying up in terms of this high ground here, but the front is he has a model in his hand, so he can't really be that effective, but give information to his teammates, Z and Swacko. He does opt to jump down as well after spotting out the position of one of the players on Scallywags, and it's a cash-out C that has to be held here.
Definitely looking to drop it here, Scallywags, so Bert's will open up the ceiling, and there does go down cash out. Of course, they've closed the lid. And oh, a nice little frag grenade and DMAT play, dropping it directly on top of the point. That's tasty. A great backstab coming out from Chickpea as well, taking out the heavier Gremlin. And now it's a clean-up job for Swacko and Z. They should be able to do this, taking their time, forcing him off the map. And there we have it, the first fight going the way of Bert's very convincingly. Scallywags, realistically, may only have 2, if not 1 chance left at this cash-out.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you highlighted it as well. That drop with the grenade, again, got countered by the APS, already predetermined there from players of Scallywags, but even so, regardless, it was an interesting play to see if they did manage to capitalize on the rest of that fight, but hey, Bert's still in the lead.
No. So we have, right now, possibly the last fight of the game. The Scallywags are known to take their time over this, and they are going to work their way through. You see Wallio spotting the way in. He's got the DMAT, going to bring it down. It's now or never, Fixie.
Pray and hold on to your seats, guys, as we have the cash out above 75% here. Wallio still holding it, but it's the winch claw that goes out once again. Bert here having the advantage so far, but it's back to a 2v2. Wallio is being defibbed during the meantime. Sickp also back up on his feet as well. That cash out doesn't have many chances left. And look at this from the high ground. It's Swacko on 1 bar of HP, and he is going to be holding that continuously well as well. And that is the game, Jerry.
That is it. Bert's are most likely, and let's just say it, Bert's are your Breakout Esports Worlds 2024 champions. Congratulations. They get the lion's share of that 2k prize pool, and they go home with a nice little pat on the back from all of themselves as well. They get the bragging rights, they get it all. 3-1 the final score. Unfortunately, Scallywags couldn't muster up the energy to surge through and get that reverse sweep. We did have some believers, but it is Bert supremacy all the way.
Yeah, exactly. And there's been such an improvement that I've seen with Bert's. Again, on the first couple of matches that I had watched them play, again, I was worried about how Swacko is being a little bit more away from his teammates. But this time we're seeing they all play together with synergy, and Swacko stepped up when it was needed. Again, utilizing the winch claw to pull him off the first cash out when the Scallywags tried to take it. And on the very last fight that you saw there, he was on 1 bar of HP on the high ground, and he still was able to take the fight and pull one of the players off. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Wallio who was trying trying to steal that cash out, and it was still successful for them. But as a team overall, Birds synergized, unfazed, able to handle the pressure. Again, like I said to you at the start of this, just another day at the office, what it felt like for watching Birch from that perspective. However, we have to give it as well to Scallywags. They put on an amazing performance, gave us some hope in the chat as well. Also, from the production standpoint, getting that first map back on the board for Vegas as well. Jerry, what was your thoughts on the last map?
I thought it was absolutely incredible. Brilliant entertainment from start to finish. And we did see, you know, all of these little things mattering. We saw the value of the mesh shield over on Vegas, but this was a real kind of testament to the power of the winch and why it's been so popular as a heavy specialization for so long recently. And it just meant, you know, every single point that they had, you could put down to a key winch moment. Even the very first one, being able to delay the respawn of the opposing team by preventing the suicide with a winch. Who'd have thought that would be a difference maker? But it really was when it came down to the wire for that final steal on the first cash out. There was just so much going on, as there always is in the finals. And I'm sure everyone in chat will have about 5 or 6 different things that they wanted to point out. But yeah, that's my takeaway. And the main takeaway, of course, is that, well, Birds have won. Congratulations.
Yeah. Exactly. Congratulations to Birds. And again, that's just the beauty of the finals. And this is why I'm so excited for coming into 2025. Sure, the matches are over. The games have been done and the winners have been set. However, we have some really nice talking points to bring up here. Scallywags, I would love to see them going back into this in 2025. They've given us an incredible run as well. Again, players like Salvo, for example, had stepped up when he'd been asked to. Bremden also managed to get some eliminations on the board this time for himself as well. And, of course, respects to Wallio as well in this matches. Again, on the other side, though, Jerry, Birds.
Unbelievable performance from Birds. Look at the KDA on Sweko there, 2.67, keeping himself alive out as long as he could. Chickpea and Z obviously with greater deaths, but that's because they're cycling revives and cycling those defibs. Z with 4 revives, backing up the team, 6 assists as well. That is the support score, the support play. In fact, the greatest average score on this map, at least, for his team. So yeah, it's not all about kills. You really got that backup needed. And yeah, Chickpea just doing Chickpea things as well. We saw the prolific player. I've always liked to say that he is one of my favourite model players to watch in both senses of the word. And yeah, I can't have enough praise for Birds, really. It's a fully deserved thing. And Scallywags, you know, I have to hand it to them because they did perform so well today, but they were outplayed by Birds.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the confidence of Birds the entire time as well. Actually, interestingly enough, with some stats here as well, Birds only lost 1 map throughout the entire playoff series. They had managed, they originally, if we go back to the storyline, production, could you throw up the like brackets playoffs? That'd be kind of cool, just to show the story of Birds and how they made it to the grand finals as well. I don't know if you guys have that, but regardless, I'll throw it back to the very first day. They were playing against Quattro initially there as well, and they managed to win the first matches on Monaco and Vegas without much stress. They only dropped 1 cash out initially there as well. Then we go towards the matches afterwards, which is the day today. They played against Frog Free, and again, they kept that momentum going as well. They managed to play each single map without losing a single cash out to Frog Free. So think of it this way, Jerry. They have currently played 2 matches in the playoffs, 2 overall matches, and they'd only lost 1 cash out that entire time. Now we go to the next point, which is when we talk about this grand finals game. And again, they went against Scallywags here. They had managed to, unfortunately, you know, they did have a bit more of a harder run for their money. They lost, I think, 4 cash outs against Scallywags in this one. Obviously, they had advantage of 6 themselves, but it shows that Scallywags are actually putting them to the test compared to the other teams that they had faced during this bracket run. And I think that this does sell the fact that, you know, Birds definitely solidified their position as the best winners throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, they really did. And even if we go back to last weekend with the group stage where it was a cash-out format, you had 4 teams, both Birds and Scallywags were the only teams to win 5 of their 8 cash-out matches. So they were the most dominant teams in the groups, even if, you know, it didn't feel like that at times. They were the ones that came out on top the most. So it translates, you know, they're not just the best 3v3 sides. They are the best cash-out sides, it would seem. And that makes perfect sense. You know, the finals has transferable skill sets, and it's not all about the team fights. It's not all about managing the chaos and the cash-outs. It's a combination of everything that goes into becoming the best team. But can claim that moniker now from now on. We have plenty of things to round up the show with, but one of which is going to be a post tournament interview with one of our victors, and that will be with Chickpea, but we will just be getting ready for him to come on in. I do hope we get to look at the bracket, but we may get to look at the MVPs. There's lots of stuff on our kind of checklist, Vixie, and we'll just see what production throws up and then wing it. There we go, it's the bracket.
There it is, exactly. And just look at that run there, as you can see, all the way to the very start from Burt's there. 2-0 against Quattro Squad, 3-0 against Frog 3. And again, it just shows that they've really had that confidence going into this match. They hadn't lost a single map. And it was only against Scallywags where they did drop one, but in the best of 5 where it mattered, Burt's were still the victors.
And Scallywags, by contrast, playing, what is that, 4, 9, 12 map throughout this entire bracket, so having a much longer slog of things and up against, I would argue, some tougher teams in Ape Squad and 223. In my honest predictions from the very start of the bracket, I had Ape Squad reaching the finals, but Scallywags and Ape Squad was a really stacked quarterfinal as it was. You can see, at least, you know, it went to 3 maps, and you know, we can say as well, as you were casting it, it was a great game. So, yeah, there's it was a real tale of two teams here, but I think Burt's, it just feels like no matter who they came up against, they would probably have won.
Yeah, exactly. And I can echo the same thing that you said as well. They had to play against a lot tougher teams, arguably. Scallywags did have a very hard run to get towards this stage. And that's, again, why we want to say that there's a big commendation for Scallywags to get to this point of the tournament, too. They did battle for their way up. It was an uphill mountain they had to climb, as you could also say as well. And again, that's the thing, too. Taking out a team such as 223, where, you know, a lot of people had the speculations against 223. It was a very close match together. And unfortunately, it was Scallywags in the finals because, again, it was so close. But Scallywags proved that they could at least bring the battle to them and take a map off of Burt's.
All right. Well, we do have our interview lined up for you right now. It is Chickpea. And actually, right now, I feel like we have our first question already lined up for us. I don't know if we're going to get him on the cams, but let's see. Hey, it's Chickpea. How are you doing? And also, first question. Well, first statement. Congratulations, you are our Breakout Esports World Champion. Second, how does it feel? But first, Chickpea or Sickpea?
Chickpea, Sickpea, it's all the same. You know,
cool. All
personal preference.
Lovely. All right. Well, how does it feel then?
It feels good to come back. We didn't play in the last, what was it? Not Masters, but Masters. So
yeah.
Good to come back, get the dub, get the job done. Yeah, overall, good feeling.
I was gonna jump in there and say as well, obviously we've spoken yesterday about some of the things that I was kind of worried about, right? We had Swaka who kind of dived in on his own, kind of left you two behind, specifically on that Monaco game that we broke down. And something that I noticed today, which kind of raised my confidence, and this is why I had you guys as the favorites in this match, is that, did you speak about that to try and play together? Because I noticed that you guys were playing a bit more as a unit today.
We didn't mention it specifically, but I was definitely more heavy on the shot calling today, really like fully focused out the gate. We didn't have a scrim before, so we had to make sure to really dial in right away. So yeah, maybe just heavier IGLs and a little bit more slow paced than before.
And another thing I had as well was that, obviously, you know, you could have played against, for example, the likes of 223 towards in the grand final as well. Had 223 won this, obviously you were then being played on the NA versus NA matches. So again, the servers were both in your favors as well. Would that have changed up your perspectives if you did have to play against 223? Because I'm going to assume you probably scrimmed a little bit more with Burt's against Scallywags, my bad.
Yeah, we didn't scrim 223 at all. But we had played against them in the past. The only difference is I think Atelco used to play heavy for them, but it was still a winch oriented from them back then. Maybe the only thing that would have changed is some gun selections on EU ping. Maybe double heavy would have came out. We had that in the pocket, but didn't have to use it. So
quite exciting that you have those strats that, you know, you're still just too good that you didn't even have to reveal. So I don't know, maybe if we get some challengers that can step to your level, they'll force you into these back pocket traps in the future. I wanted to ask you then, is there any advice you would give to, you know, up-and-comers, new people to the scene on not just how to get involved in the esport, but what would your advice be for teams that are kind of struggling to kind of get a handle on competing and maybe things that you have kind of held as your like guiding principles for competing at this level?
Scrimming, definitely. Just getting a lot of time in on scrims is important. It's not the easiest to get scrims, but you should really try to get as many high quality scrims as you can. Back in season 1, there was KR and TFC, Q snipes. We were playing those all the time. Just getting those reps in as a team, especially, it helps a lot.
And just one more kind of similar question. In game, is there any kind of advice you would give to teams about how your team operates and like what the best way to play? You know, even thoughts around the current meta and what it takes to win fights, win games, specifically like in a comms level.
Just you got to stay organized. Make sure everyone's on the same page. That's like really important. Just try to make sure that, especially when defending, that's where it comes down to, that everyone knows what the plan is, how to execute it, and what you want to do, and just communicating clearly with your teammates. That's definitely the best.
I have a quick leading question then, because I don't know how many matches you had watched in Breakout, especially when you're for example, studying another team going into something like a grand finals. But what was the biggest mistakes that you kind of saw other teams making that set you guys apart, Burts apart from everyone else?
It's hard to say. This meta is a bit weird, but I think some teams not taking C4 on heavy is kind of just crazy. The barricade is just not. I don't think it's providing the value. Especially with DMAP being in the mix like so heavily, it's just gonna get deleted. So that was definitely, I wouldn't have done that personally. But also, just from gameplay, just patience is key. Really, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, because one thing I noticed as well is that every time we spectated you as you were going on to attack. Again, there were some situations where you had to retake a cash out. You always looked for the red barrel because that just basically provides free value for you as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the red barrel is definitely good, and the glitch barrel is somewhat inconsistent these days. I don't know, through one of the patches it got a little bit lost. So the glitch barrel was normally the number one option, but the red barrels are, especially with the lack of mesh, are doing a lot of damage. So yeah.
Great. Well, that's especially insightful, Chickpea. Let's take us back now to the glory. Let's remind yourself that you are a victor. You have got a nice, hefty slice of that 2K prize pool that you get to enjoy with your free pals. And I'm just going to open the floor out to you. Is there anything you want to say to the fans here, to the community, on the back of this victory?
Not particularly anything. Just thanks this has been the best tournament organizer that we've had, so that's great from Breakout. And then also we need a Guy Fieri shirt in the shop immediately.
I saw that in chat earlier as well. That would be great. I mean, I've got like some shirts that can step to that level, but yeah, I would love to see this shirt in the game at some point. It'd be really nice. But yeah, thank you very much for your time, Chickpea, and yeah, go enjoy your evening.
Thanks.
All right, well, there we have it. The victor and one of the talismanic players on the side of Burst. They're all talismanic. There's 3 of them, right? Chickpea, Z, and Swayco did themselves proud today, Thixie.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it just all boils down to how they play as a unit. As Sigby kind of said before, how do you get experience? If you guys are watching this right now and you're thinking, oh, maybe I want to get a team together in towards the finals of 2025, which, by the way, I highly recommend. I think that it's super important that you put in the hours. You can't just pull a team together, watch a couple of VODs and do a kind of strat, because you're up against players that are grinding this game. They love this game, and they're putting their parts of their life, you could even say, to stretch it out in towards being the best teams. And that's exactly what we've seen here. Again, shout out to Swako as well, and Z with Sippy as well, to be able to come together and be a great team for this.
All right, here's a little slide just to talk you through this. This is our class pick rate so far for the season, so just a little bit of analysis here. We didn't see much light at all this weekend. In fact, it's dropped off a cliff. It feels like it was very effective in the cash out 3v3v3v3 format, and here, of course, HHM all the way through, besides a little bit of a showcase from someone, I believe, during some of the semi-finals and things. But yeah, it's this is kind of how it's panned out throughout the season as well.
Yeah, it was all someone, and again, I was saying this before previously when I was speaking to Rio about Light as a contestant, and someone kind of told me in the pre-match interview when I was asking him yesterday, I said, why are you playing Light? Is it because it's like more of a comfort pick? And someone said, yeah, it is, but also as well, I want to kind of prove that Light is a contestant that can actually put his way in towards the meta as well. But what you're seeing here is just the disbelief of that, right? 63% of the games had a medium involved in it, 34% of the heavy, and only 2.17% of light. Now, again, is that up to the players needing to adapt? No, I don't think so. I think that the players that have picked medium today have actually been previously versatile with light before. So we'll have to see how them kind of evolves to maybe accepting light into more of these competitive plays. Again, that's down another rabbit hole that I'm not going to discuss today. But when someone did play light, it was a huge surprise to 223, especially on Horizon. They lost against someone 223, and that's the thing that I think that I would really love to see. Someone run it back again next year with MXKX and mixed it up as well. Shout out to you guys at Grief Party, and we need to see more medium light heavy teams because it's so fun to watch, especially when you watch how versatile light is around the arena as well. But yeah, 2% is it's quite interesting.
I'd love to see a HML like tourney. That'll be really fun, I think. Anyway, we have seen light players as well throughout the season be on teams that win entire brackets as well. So it's certainly within the realms of possibility. This is just a very peak of competitive play. Doesn't mean that light is a bad class by any means. So we have now the one-shot MVP. You've cast your votes, and we have our winner. It is a Telco of 223. An interesting choice considering he knocked out in the semi-finals, but we run a democracy over here, folks, and Telco is your one-shot MVP for the week. I feel like I've just kind of when people announce awards at like award ceremonies, I feel like I'ma just let you finish. I feel like Kanye now. That's really bad.
Well,
how about let's imagine I didn't say that. Dixie, why don't you announce our one-shot MVP and give him the credit he deserves?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously at Telco, I was the player, I was the caster watching Telco today. Funnily enough, he did join my viewer games earlier today, and he did destroy all of us. He went 22-1, so I don't think he deserves it anymore. But regardless, in seriousness, okay, no, Telco is a player that is again like kind of like a voice of the French scene as well. He is driving a lot of the side for the French the finals community as well. So much love to Telco. There's huge respect. He's grinding the matches. He is streaming as well. In terms of this tournament run, do I think he should have MVP? No, again, I'm being honest in my own analysis. I do think that Salvo did deserve it. But as a player of Telco is overall, much love to Telco. I have huge respect for him. And I understand he is a community favorite because this player is really putting himself out there for everyone.
Absolutely. A standout player regardless. And now we have our grand final MVP for you right now. This is decided back here. And it goes to Z on Birds, a player who really stepped out into the limelight for this team. The backline medium who really made a difference.
Yeah, and it's awesome that that people recognize this because Z isn't someone who is putting himself out in terms of the damage-wise. Again, remember, he is playing a bit more of the support medium. He did have, obviously, the healing beam, the frag, jump, defib combo. But yeah, exactly. I think Z here has definitely stepped up, especially after that Horizon game where we started to pick out Z's name a little bit more. And that Horizon game, again, even though it was something that he could have gone further into Skyway Stadium, which unfortunately they lost, it was also Fortune Stadium that Z kind of picked it up there as well. So yeah, much love to them.
Well, congratulations to Z, and congratulations, of course, once more for the team of Bert. We will start to round things off right now here. Thixie, we've just about run out of things to talk about, but I just want to give, before we round things off and you get to share your thoughts, I just want to give a massive thanks to Breakout Esports for having me on here. It's been several months now since I've joined as a caster, and it's been a really pleasurable experience. We do this just for the love of the game, and it really is just great to be part of such a well-run production and such a beloved league. And it's been also incredible to have the support of Embark over the past few weeks, really finally getting a bit of attention and love for the competitive scene. Long may it continue. So, Thixie, what are your thoughts? I mean, it's been a pleasure to cast with you as well. That is another thing. I'll spend a bit of time afterwards talking about that. But yeah, Great fun.
I'm not that cool. I'm not that cool. But no, like I said, from the community perspective, I've been watching this game for a long time, and I've kind of had the connection to a lot of these players that are sacrificing their time for it. And I think one of the things that you have to be commendable for everyone that participated in Breakout today from a competitive player standpoint is that people are playing this game with the unknown. We don't know what's happening next year with the finals in terms of the comp scene. I have full belief for it. And again, you should probably put a team together. But what I'm saying is that this event here just showcases the excellence of what the finals can provide to you at the top level. And the matches today were incredible. My favorite match, again, 2-2-3 playing today against Scallywags, was super fun to watch. But one of the things that I want to talk about overall is Breakout. They've done an incredible job here for the community. We needed someone to kind of step in and show the world, show people the value of how the finals can be played at a top level. And for the production team, Burrito Supreme and Waltz today on the casting as well. You guys know I love you guys, and of course, to Breakout as the community and the company, supporting this for the finals, they've done incredible work. So from a community standpoint, I want to speak on the behalf of my community and some people in the finals community too. You guys have really given us a lot of insights and hope behind this as well. So as you can see, they're doing hearts in the background, so they're watching this live. They're doing hearts in the background. So yeah, if you guys want to do more hearts, then that'd be fun. But yeah, that's to summarize it. And what a great tournament that we've done as well here. So yeah, you guys have done incredible. And Jerry, it was also super fun casting with you today too.
Oh, same. Likewise. And look what you've done. You summoned all the hearts. Beautiful. That's such a neat little setup there. Yeah, great. Well, that just about wraps things up from us, Thixie. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast with you. I hope it's not the last time that we get to share the mic together. And congratulations once again to Bert, the victors of the Worlds 2024, the entire season of Breakout Esports. I've been Jerry. This has been Thixie. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on move dumb, pushing, so on move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna throw to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters. I'm getting hype, bitch. These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on move dumb, pushing, so on move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna throw to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters. I'm getting hype, bitch.
Frank Bentley. Let's go. Yeah, make it look easy. Hey, stand up guy, boom, 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season, you go against me, then you know that you tweaking, okay? Cause baby, I'm him, I be on 10. Two-stepping in the party, I do not dance. Watch how I move, make it look easy. Counting up wins, that's part of the plan. Blackmail taking up my haters a CC. That can't fail, all my victories on repeat. I'm knee deep, need a dub, best that you seek me. I'm too sick, yeah, I know I make it look easy. Easy, yeah. Tell them don't try to play me. Yeah, I'm drippy on the daily. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know. They can never count me out. They can never count me out. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. Make it look. I know shooting my shot, better play up. Make it look easy, that's a layup. Bad man. Why they wanna be like me, a sad man? Too wavy, swallow your pride. All of my guys, call them, they slide. They will oblige. Called them, I told them, you playing with me. Now look, all of them starting to riot. Whoa, When I'm in your city, it's magic. When I'm all in my bag, it gets tragic. When I see what I want, gotta have it. I can't let up, they made me a savage. I can't slow down my foot on the gas, yeah. Going way up from where I was last year. I'ma make it look easy, that's it. I know God got me, yeah, he got my back. These blessings falling in my lap. I came up, give it all I had. Rep my city, put them on my back. Hit my shots, I don't miss those. Straight up, I'ma let them know I don't fold. Make it look easy and they know there's only one way for us to go. Can't hold me back, I'm going way up. Tell them they can never play us, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me now, no. Yeah, stayed in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thinking the plot, they did not get the picture when I said I don't fit in a box. Taking they shots, and they know that I ain't missing, and it's up if they hand me the rock. I feel like a Rubik's, cause they confused with how I line it up by spinning the block. Hey. Too easy, get your weight up when you see me. I'm a threat, please don't give me a reason. I'm a vet, yeah, I see through your decence. When I'm done, they gon' pick up the pieces. And you know we ain't losing this season. It's the reason why they hating on me. Cause you know that I'ma make it look easy. Ain't no stopping me now, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me now, no, no. Ain't no stopping me, I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look easy. Make it look easy. I know I make it look too smooth, I make it look easy. I know we make it look easy. I know
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance. I just wanna around. I just wanna have fun, turn around. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
Like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the hood. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget about peace. You take the west side, take out the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the
I hear them chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear them chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the boys, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pine, if you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Stop it. got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run, tell you step out the gates. When the whole place scream, gotta get out there.
I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep rocking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls better tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution.
Stop that.
I'm trying to go harder than I ever win.
ain't fancy. Pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stage stack, lot of them. Rag, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on Maurice, I'ma hit them with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got them so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Every single day I feel it.
Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my working. I can't leave it out of chance, let's make it certain. Yeah, I had to lose it all to find my purpose. Yeah, but I won't do that twice, it made me nervous. Let's get to working. I'm like check one, check two, gonna get these bands now. Want this, want that, gotta be stand out. Jokes on you, boy, tell me you the man now. Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. Yeah. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. Okay, I'm him. Yeah. Ain't nobody on me shooting in the gym. Yeah. It's always been on me, I always gotta build. I let everybody eat before I got my fill. Ooh, keep it real, ooh, yeah. I got my family and a plan B. If I don't get it, then we don't eat. I feel the pressure, but I'm not weak. My demons coming like a stampede. But trust me, man, I got it. I'm never out of pocket. We ain't never playing tag. You doubters are just nodding. Only seeing green, no wonder why I never stop it. And while you turning up, I just go up, I'm like a rocket, yeah. While you turning up, I just go up, I'm like a rocket, yeah. Pressure make diamonds. Every single day I feel the pressure. Double up the work, let's make it extra. Working so my mother get a rest, yeah. Working like I never knew I'm blessed, yeah. Every single day I feel the pressure. Diamonds in my eyes, I know I'm special. In the gym, I gotta get my reps up. In the gym, I gotta get my
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Yeah. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn. I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know this you last. I thought I told him I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap, and I came from my city, that's right on my back. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I can let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the road.